back to Time Attack Sessions. We're going to start out with Group 4, Session 1. Quick recap. Fastest time of the event still belongs to a Pro Comp competitor, Mr. Cameron Lawrence with a 2:01. Fastest of the Unlimited class is going to be Cole Powson with a 2:06. He put on some fresh sticker tires but did not go faster in the second session. We believe that's due to weather, but let's see what he can lay down. A little bit of drama for a few of our competitors. We have Ferris Khartoumi yet to set a lap in competition. We know he had a small issue. Hopefully he can get that figured out. Also Amir Bentatu with a small issue. So let's see what they have going on. Right now we're going to shoot this over to Les in the pit so he can see what's going on in the hot pits.
Again, starting the afternoon, everything is fired up. We've got the final tunes in place. A lot of the cars already been dialed in. There were some suspension changes. A little bit of suspension change trying to accommodate the rise in temperature of the track. Everything's just getting going, so everybody's got their juices going. There we go. Sounds great, doesn't it? All righty. Next up, our next group's already in the garage, getting prepped for their runs. This will be going on all afternoon. We've got quite a few coming up. Temperatures are changing. Turbo guys are going to be making some tweaks, and we'll get everything in line and go from there.
Awesome. Thank you, Les. Here we have Group 4, Session 3 going out. This is the group directly after lunch. For those of you that were here, very exciting lunchtime. We had a line out the door for driver autographs and questions. This has been nothing but fun. This entire facility is packed right now around the driver teams, around the team building. A lot of merch being sold. Everyone's so excited. All I see everyone is in Super Lap shirts and Super Lap hats. So I'm super excited to be here with you guys. Currently, Group 4 is out. To anyone watching right now, remember, we re-rack these drivers. So pay attention to Race Hero. Pay attention to what you see as far as your favorite drivers, what group they're in, so you do not miss them. Here we have drivers doing their warm-up laps. No one has started a lap yet. They are fresh out on track. Weather is still getting a little bit warmer. We're at 84 degrees right now, and the weather says it feels closer to 86, 87. So the track temps are going up, the engine temps are going up. It's not going to stop these folks from trying to set faster laps, but be prepared. You really have to get it down right to be able to set faster laps in these conditions. Luckily, a lot of these drivers still have a lot of time left in their cars, a little bit of setup, a little bit of tire pressure changes. So I don't think we're going to see slower laps across the board. It's just they're going to have to put in some work. We do see a few competitors out here that haven't set big laps. Oh, Don Brown already off track. He did pull off next to one of the cutouts. So if he's having an engine issue or something of the sorts, they'll be able to just pull him backwards right there. We won't have to wait for them to pull him completely around the track. These are flying laps right now, so let's see what kind of times people are setting. nice view of the back straight. Obviously, it's not as straight as you can see. This is actually why you see competitors not set up all the way to the right, so they don't have to correct the wheel at all when they're going down it. And starting it off is Bucky Lassick at a 239.338 in his street class STI. And you guys looking at that car can see it is basically a close to stock STI, and he's out there driving it in anger. Daniel Oliver with a 243.835, followed by Steven Bustler at a 245.203. Look, we got black flag on 199. That's going to be Dr. Black's car. He seems to be having an issue with the location on his transponder. It's not hitting right now. It is a fresh build on the vehicle. He may need to change where he puts it normally with all that aftermarket aero and components. It does look like Bucky Lassick is still the highest of this session at a 239.338. For the most part, looking at these times, you can tell the heat has affected these enthusiast class cars. They are on the smallest tires and the highest tread wear tires, so they are already fighting uphill in a way to get the best amount of grip. But I know for a fact these people have been running faster lap times during the event, so they're really going to have to sort it out. Bucky is going pretty slow down the back straight. Unsure if he's just cooling the car down or if he may have an issue, but he is still moving. We haven't seen Don Brown since he went off, so they probably pulled him behind the wall right there, and we'll get him off after the session's over. It's the best part about a track like this. If you're somewhere at a cutout, they will just pull you back. There's no problem with your car sitting there till the session's over, then getting towed around. As you can see, they do have marshals here. There are people at stations, but the benefit of this track is you will also see your number on a board, so you know that the flag is specifically for you. It also helps if there is a yellow in an area between corner workers, so people know to slow down before they see a person. Just the benefits of technology, to be honest with you. You have a corner worker on the left, you have a station on the right. Everyone is setting a bit faster lap times on their second laps, minus Bucky, who has not done a second lap yet. But it just shows the temp isn't what they were expecting. They're pulling a few seconds here and there on their second and third laps. Does look like a few people that started the laps have not finished them, though. We know about Don Brown. He pulled off, but Steve Wynn in his enthusiast class Type R yet to set a time, so he pulled in. Brad Bauckham just set his fastest lap on his second one also. Steven Bustler also picking up. He did a 2:45 on his first lap, so he's knocking some time off there. This is going to be one of the rougher sessions of the day. This is session 3. The day's shown to get a little bit warmer right before the GLTC race and then possibly cool down before the final session, but it looks like we're still going to be seeing it in the 80s. Today's money session was in the morning. Same thing will be true tomorrow. When the first session goes hot, it'll be 61 degrees all the way till noon. Tomorrow as a whole is going to be a much cooler day, and I'm sure competitors can see the weather report just like us. Everyone wants to lay down a lap to have it on the leaderboard and make sure if something happens, they still have something down. But like most time attack competitors, they want to make sure that they use up their car and tires at the most optimal time. There we go, Mr. Wynn. He did not set a lap at first. It looks like he came in. He either had a small issue or felt the car wasn't right, came into the pits and laid down a 2:37.189. So obviously you guys see the colors next to these leaderboard times. So let's go ahead and throw up some class descriptions and I'll break down the colors while we're there. This right here is going to be enthusiast class. This is the yellow color. This is the entry-level class of Super Lab Battle. Driver is the registered owner. It is a street-registered vehicle. Has an OEM transmission, minimal aero mods. Like all classes, there's no power restriction here. You're on a 220 or higher treadwear tire, and you are limited to exact same engine allowed in the chassis. So for a point of reference, if you have an EG, you can B-Series swap it. Street class, this is going to be the blue banners. This is unlimited engine mods just like before, no pro drivers, no sequentials, but you can do a dog box, stronger gear sets. Moderate arrows allowed, so you're talking 5-inch splitters. You're talking a wing that can go to the roof line and back 5 inches from the bumper. Usually you have to use the AO52, but due to supply shortages, tires are open to any 200 treadwear tire, but a little bit bigger width than what's allowed in enthusiast. After street class, it's going to go to limited class. Limited class is pro drivers allowed, unlimited engine mods, sequential transmissions are allowed, so it still has to be hand shifted though, no paddle shifting, so it has to be rod shifted. Extensive aero mods being a 14-inch splitter box, a huge rear wing box and diffuser box. You can use any tire above a 60 or 80 tread wear, and then engine swaps are open. You don't have to stick within the manufacturer on that one. That's going to be the blue windshield banner. And then unlimited class is exactly that. Black windshield banner, pro drivers, unlimited engine mods, nitrous with no restrictions, sequentially shifted transmissions with paddle shifts. There's no aero rules. You usually are on the A005 Yokohama slick, but once again, due to supply shortages, you can run any slick tire that's available on the market. And once again, engine swaps are open. Now, you're even a little bit more open on the rules of where you can put your engine. Now, in Pro Comp, these are cars that would not fit in any traditional time attack series. These are going to be the white bannered cars. This is either kit cars, tube chassis cars, and factory prep race cars like Porsche GT3s. There is a Mercedes AMG GT3 homologated race car here. This is same rules as Unlimited, but that also means same safety required as Unlimited. So pro drivers, Unlimited engine mods, sequentials open, do as you wish, run whatever tires you want. That's the class where people can just come and show off the builds that they've done, like Sean Bassett's 240Z, vehicles such as that. Speaking of which, there's the colors on the bottom there in case you missed some of them, but Enthusiast are yellow, Street is green, Limited is blue, Pro Comp is white, Unlimited is black. Leading this session is Steve Wynn with his 237-189. That's going to be one of his fastest laps of the event, so that's looking good. Daniel Oliver also pulled a 237 out, putting Bucky Lasek in third. He did that 237 on his 5th lap of the session. Coming up is going to be Group 3, Session 3. This is going to be Group 3, Session 3. Once again, remember to use racehero.io or the Race Hero app on your Android or iPhone device. That way you can not only see the times, but see where your drivers are lined up right now, because we did re-rack them. This is going to be the lull of the session. Checker flag was just sent. Looks like Group 3 of Session 3 is starting to grid up. Group 3 of Session 3 is getting ready to be sent out. Looking like for Group 3, we're going to have reference times of about 2:27 to 2:35. That's what it's looking like. These drivers have ran from the front of the pack to the rear of the pack. For those of you that are out here wondering what it would take to become one of these drivers, one of these teams, also for our teams out here that are out of car right now, don't forget that Yokohama Tire is on site. Garrett Advanced Motion is on site, and Link ECU are on site. These are some of our bigger sponsors that make it a point to help our competitors, to help our fans, to get out here, do everything that is needed. So if you catch the Yokohama Tire guys, give them a shout. You need some help with turbochargers on your car? Talk with Garrett Advanced Motion. If you're really thinking about changing the ECU setup in your car, get with the Link. They do a great job of not just creating fantastic ECUs, both plug and play options and wire in options, but their tech support is incredible. So if you're here on site, do not hesitate to reach out to these people. They're here to help us, to help you. If you're a fan and you've been looking to get into Time Attack, if you think that you finally got the bug, number one, don't hesitate to talk to some drivers. Number two, don't hesitate to talk to the staff. These sponsors come here, they don't just put their name on the brand. A lot of these sponsors have been with us for years, some as early as the inauguration of US Time Attack in general. So always remember, they're not just here to walk around, they're here to talk. They want to hear feedback from drivers, they want to hear feedback from everybody. So make sure to talk to them, see how they can help support your program in the future and how you can help support our program in the future. Couple minutes out from Group 3, Session 3 about to go out. Looks like currently lined up at the front there is Jeremy Lauder being sent out, followed by Ravi Tomerlin. Jeremy's running a 2:27.043 and Ravi's running a 2:27.616. So if you're wondering what their times are, that way we can see how this weather has affected them. Looks like we have a good majority of the Group 3 cars heading out. I only see a few that are missing. Could be for quite a few reasons. They need changed tires. They feel like they're not going to go much faster in this weather, but like most competitors, it's day one. They know that they have not laid down a perfect lap yet, so whether or not, they need the time on track and they need to know if they can go faster. While these cars are coming around, getting ready to start their flying laps, don't forget, if you just arrived here, we have not just Time Attack. We have the Just Vibes car show sitting behind the main tower where the teams are signing up. We also have Lone Star Drift in the Drift Paddock just up the hill. You can go watch, you can go pay to get a ride along. So don't forget to go see the Drift boys. That's going to be Jeremy Lauder starting his first flying lap, followed by Ravi Tomerlin. There's Michael Coisar in his Evolution 7. I believe he came here from Ontario, Canada. It's always nice to see an Evo, even nicer to see one that wasn't available in the States. Now, in the last session, Brooke Hammerschmidt and Ernie Ramirez both were able to set faster laps after multiple laps on track. So let's see if the same is true of them. Devin Hoffman set her fastest lap, I believe, on her second lap. So hopefully she can lay down a little bit quicker time also. Weather is trying to fight them, but every single person that's been on track so far has been able to better the lap on their second or third than they were on the first. They're not going to have the same initial grip they would have had in the first two sessions, but that doesn't mean they're not going to be able to find time somewhere. Quite a track. We got them going down the back straight right here. Once again, this track is 3.6 to 3.8 miles. It is quite a trek, so it's a little bit of time. Looks like Jeremy Lauder with a 2:28.057 on his opening lap. For a reference point, he ran a 2:27.043 earlier in the day, and Ravi ran a 2:27.616. Got a little train effect going here. Some people are able to get up to speed quicker in this heat. Some people aren't. The biggest thing is, especially when you're out here doing your warm-up lap, some of these drivers see the heat and they know they don't have to go as slow as they normally would to get the heat in. So this is just a little bit more of a few things going on. Some drivers with a bit more experience, but other drivers understanding that no matter what you do, minding the gap is going to set you a faster lap time than anything else. Looks like Devin ran a 2:31.331, even getting past someone during that lap. That's going to be basically her fastest lap time, about a hundredth off. So if she gets a nice clean lap out there, even in this weather condition, she's absolutely going to put a faster lap time down in this session. I know she's on scrub tires still, trying to get used to this new setup, so hopefully she can get a little bit more track time, get comfortable with it, and then change tires and try and lay down the fastest lap possible. This IAG Subaru STI seems to be handling itself very well. We've seen her at quite a few events. She has just been progressively improving at every event she goes to. We know that the team was using this car to develop a lot of parts for the chassis itself, and they've done quite a few things with that car. Many of the things that you see on the car are available off the shelf, so it's absolutely nothing crazy. You know, she doesn't have any one-off parts on it, but that was a great foundation for them to be able to work on the V8 chassis, and she's just shown people what that car is capable of. Jeremy Lauder is still the fastest in this session with a 2:28.057. Most people getting on their second laps, like Michael Cusar, went a little bit slower than his first one, only about 0.3 or so, but he definitely went a bit slower. Let's see if anybody else can go quicker on their second lap. Devin, absolutely slower for two reasons. She had to pass a few cars and probably getting a little bit of heat in those tires. Jeffrey Ting, though, with a 2:38.69 on his second lap. A little bit slower than the record he set, but still right on pace. Looks like Ravi's pulling over to the side. He didn't set a flying lap on his first one. It looks like he came into the pits and spoke with his team and then came back out. So he may actually still be on a warm-up lap right now. So he was just getting out of the way of a competitor that was about to be coming down the back straight. We'll see if he sets up for a flyer out of the final corners or if he comes back in. That'll tell us a lot. You may have noticed a little bit of smoke coming out of the rear of that car, but that is a pretty common occurrence on downshift for Ravi's car. If we see anything more severe than that, we'll let you know. But that little tiny puff is not the most uncommon thing to see out of that vehicle. Yep, still looks like Michael in that Evo was able to pick up a few tenths. He's at 2:29.121 now. He obviously still is getting more and more track time and more experience in that car, so it's really helping his lap times. It does look like Ravi behind him is setting a flyer, so hopefully he gets out of the way for him like Ravi got out of the way. It's going to help. There we go, completely offline. That's some good sportsmanship. Now, Ravi, let's see if he can actually lay down a lap. He didn't lay one down on his first flyer, so we know he absolutely wants to set a time. Is Devin able to pick up a little bit of time on her last lap? Just off, a 2:32.988. Looked like Ernie Ramirez in that Evo 10 was going pretty slow. We seem to have a little train of slow drivers. I'm not sure if there's someone stopped on track or if everyone's just on a cooldown lap as we speak. Jeremy Lauder is going to lead this session with the one lap that he did. That's going to be a 2:28.057. He went out, did one lap, brought it back in. There's Ernie Ramirez. He seemed to have been on a cooldown. He did a pretty decent lap time compared to the rest of his laps and then just really slowed it down. Not sure if he's trying to take the heat out of the engine and the tires or if he's just trying to come around slowly to bring it back in the pits. We'll see if he starts another lap. Jeffrey Ting, on the other hand, has now done 3 laps. That last lap was almost 4 minutes, so he came in really quick, had his team check tire pressures, and he's probably going to want to send it one more time. He's in the 230s right now. He's already reset the front-wheel drive record with a 230 XXX, but I'm sure he'd like to get into the 29s. Currently, the fastest time in Enthusiast is going to be Mr. Jonathan Wheeler. He's run a 2:28.380. So I know Jeff feels he may be able to get to that point. It'd be nice for him to get into the 29s in this weather. If he can get in the 29s here, that means tomorrow morning a 28 is not out of the equation. Jonathan Wheeler has reset the Enthusiast overall. It was held by Jensen Little at a 2:28.484 in his Evo RS. So that's what Jeffrey Ting is going to be fighting for. He's had the Enthusiast front wheel drive, but Jeff also wants to get in front of the Enthusiast rear wheel drive to show he is a dominant car. That is Mr. Ramirez's car. It does look like he was coming around slowly because he had an issue. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. There we go with the Drift Boys. Okay, that's Lone Star Drift. As you can see, they all have passengers, or most of them have passengers in the vehicle doing ride-alongs. This is something where you can get over there as you please and do some ride-alongs with these drifters. These people are at the highest level of the amateur series, so you're not going to be just with some random person whipping the car around. These are people who go around the states, have fun drifting vehicles. So I would highly recommend, if you have some time and you really want to know what it's like to be in a drift car, to head over there. Here's the Just Vibes car show right behind the building where you register your vehicles. This show is pretty big. It's the biggest we've had of any year, and it was sold out months ago. So it gave the car show director time to get the best and the baddest here for you fans to see. Also, don't forget, behind the main tower, behind the main grandstands, there is a go-kart track where you can go ahead and have some fun, get some of your aggression out behind the wheel. You're wishing you were on track with us, but you can't be. Well, you can be on track over there. And the best part about it is it's a mini version of CODA, so it's like you're driving with the other people. Also, if you're here locally, don't hesitate to go check out the tower. You can go view from the top of the tower. If you have a fear of heights, try to stay away from the middle, obviously, because it is glass and it is terrifying. We have some competitors getting ready to grow out for Group 2, Session 3. Getting ready to grow out for Group 2, Session 3. About 4 or 5 minutes away from that, so you'll see them starting to grid up. Little drift cart there through the paddock. Gonna have to get through the crowd right there. That's how you do it in style. It does look like we may be having a car towed. I'm not sure about that. I heard about that on the radio really quickly, but we may be at a lull having a car towed back in. This is Group 3, Session 3. Should be coming to an end in a few minutes. So leading this session is Mr. Jeremy Lauder with a 228.057, followed by Anthony Pearson with a 229.367. We got Michael Cosior with a 229.121 and Ryan Payne with a 229.704. Jeffrey Ting could not surpass the record he set, but he's really close to it, and in this weather, it's great. So that's a 230.869. So we're going to take a quick walk around the paddock right now to take a look at the cars. Let's hear from you, Les. How's it going down there?
All righty, folks. It's not all about racing. A lot of fun out in the show area. Be sure and come out. It's out in the paddock parking areas. Great collection of cars. Look at these classic Chevys. We've got all kinds of things here. Absolutely. Something for everybody here. Got to check out. You got the Porsches. They're everywhere. Look at Fox Body Mustang here. This Fox Body's gorgeous. Had one before. Great subject here. A lot of great other ones. The RX-7. Big back tires like that. You know he's up to something fun. Moving around, we got the first gen Z car. Gotta love the Z cars. Always great. How about a fat body Toyota? Yeah, I know. Subi, you want to call it a Subi, but check this out. Look at this carbon. Dressed to kill in carbon fiber.
All right, thanks, Les. The car show does look great right now. Honestly, from up top, you can't see how intricate some of these cars really are, but with our guys walking down there, you can see the work that's gone into them. It does look like Group 3, Session 3 has come to an end. Any car that is stuck on track is going to be pulled off before Group 2, Session 3 goes live. We have a majority of Group 2, Session 3 getting out there ready to go. It does look like the Project Import S2000 is ready to go. I saw a few Porsches in the front, so we do have some quite fast cars ready to go out and set some lap times. Now, who has put on fresh tires and who hasn't, it's hard to tell at this time, but I'm sure some lap times will help. We got Eric Fleming there, second or third car back. Trying to get a few of these cars through so the other cars can get back to their pit stalls. Here we have Group 2, Session 3 going hot. Group 2, Session 3 going hot. Have a few people sitting on the podium spot so far. I see Johnny Hernandez sitting third in street class right now. Right now, the leading car of Mark Austin and Stephen Ike, they are leading this group with a 216.250. Just behind them would be Casey Jones at a 218.124, and then Eric Fleming at a 218.179. So close behind Casey Jones. Zach Sober and Thomas Thompson in the McLaren 620R are just on the tail of Eric Fleming at 218.497, about 0.3 off of their pace. And we have our first flying lap started. That's going to be Mark Austin and Stephen Ike coming down the front straight. Directly behind them is going to be Eric Fleming. The sound that LS7 makes is unlike any other Corvette here. It sounds incredible. The car also looks great. Now, anyone who's watched Eric Fleming long enough knows he has no problem getting a little sideways in one, getting a little sideways down the back straight. They have really overhauled that car. The only thing that the car needs now is new aero. He said it himself. The chassis is just incredible. The guys at G-Speed have done a great job on that car. Now a little bit of aero work, and it's going to be exactly where he wants it. And he's on a bigger tire setup. Last time we saw him setting records, he was on a whole different setup, and this car is significantly better in his words. So a little bit of time behind the wheel, and I think we're going to see some serious lap times out of him. Now, Zach Sober and Thomas Thompson in the McLaren behind Eric Fleming, Clayton Yates behind them, Gabe Zamora and his Porsche behind them, and then George Zhao, followed by Cal Fortner in that Mercedes AMG. These are all cars that are really towards the ragged edge of their classing, but I do believe they can still go faster than they have in the past. And they all know that weather is going to be good tomorrow. This is a 2:15.453 set by Eric Fleming. His fastest time before this was a 2:18.179. Eric picked up 3 seconds in this limited class Corvette. For those of you that want to know, the limited class record was set by Andy Hollis in a McLaren 720S Performance, and that's a 2:14.754. That is the limited rear-wheel drive and limited overall record. So we know Eric Fleming knows that and wants to beat that. So he just set an incredible 2:15.453, and anyone who watched the beginning of the lap saw that he was sideways off of one, he was sideways onto the back straight. So it's going to be really exciting to see him get that thing all sorted out and possibly tomorrow early in the day get a fast lap out of it. Now we got Zach Sober and Thomas Thompson at a 2:18.733. They were just on the tail of Eric Fleming in the last session, but they're really far off now. Gabe Zamora with a 2:19.201. Mark Austin and Stephen Ike a 2:19.673 down to Clayton Yates at a 2:28.69. Little car spun around there. Very odd for him to be sitting there. My guess is it may have stalled when he spun. See if he can get that thing started back up and moving. Ray Guerrero with a 2:27.764 right behind John McInnes is 2:26.054. This right here is going to be a local yellow flag at the end of the straight. That is not a safe place to be because as they take this turn, they track out. Hopefully, whatever it is, it's not too serious and they're able to get him out of the way quickly. I don't believe that's a sequential car. I think it's either a factory DCT or a manually shifted car, more than likely a factory DCT. So if he's having trouble either getting it in gear or getting it started, he may have bigger issues than something he can sort out here, but hopefully he's able to get there quickly. Looks like they may be black flagging the session. Let's see if it's this driver specifically or if it's everybody. Yeah, they're going to black flag the session. Driver's in an unsafe location, nothing they can do about it. They don't red flag the session because they don't want the drivers to think the session's over. They want everyone in so they can get the driver out. He's in a pretty bad location. It's hard to do a hot tow or even get anyone off out of safety vehicles in that location. And basically the drivers have zero chance of improving their lap time. You're going to be coming down the back straight, hard on the brakes to make this corner as fast as you can. You tend to carry a lot of speed and track out. You're going to have to check up 50-60% here, so there's no point in continuing the hot lap. They're going to check on the driver, make sure it's nothing serious. Hopefully they're able to actually tow him out. If they got to get the flatbed, that's going to delay it a bit. There's Eric Fleming's beautiful Z06. Though it does suck we didn't get to see him lay down another lap in true anger. Actually, he did. His second lap was within 2:10. So he did a 2:15.453, and his second lap was a 2:15.664. So once again, for those of you wondering, the limited rear-wheel drive record is a 2:14.754 set by Andy Hollis in a McLaren 720S Performance. This was last year. A majority of our records were set last year. That's the best part about this. The oldest record we have is from 2020. But a good majority were last year, a few set in 21, a few set in 20. Every year brings people wanting to up the game and and drop the lap times. So it's very rare for a record, especially at this event here, to last for very long. It looks like they are going to be able to hot tow him here. They pushed him back a little bit. So while they're getting the track cleared out, we're going to go ahead and shoot over to Les. Les, who you got down there? Who are we talking to right now?
Oh, there it is. All righty. Lots of cars, lots of cars. Back out with the Janetta LMP2 car. Fantastic. Tell us a little bit about the car right quick.
So it's
Looks like we're having a few difficulties with Les's audio. We'll get that sorted out. We're going to go ahead and see how quickly we can get this gentleman off of track. Luckily, we still have a little bit of time left in this session, so hopefully if they can get him off track, we can get a few more hot laps out of these drivers. Whatever issue he did have, it's not a locked up engine or it's not a locked up wheel situation, so they are able to hot tow him. It's not one, it's two. Is this another Porsche? Oh, he seems to be fine. Okay. Whatever small issue they had, he's going to go ahead and drive himself off the track. Looks like he is getting to pit entry, so if race control deems it that they have enough time to get a couple flyers in, we will send these drivers back out. Here we are. Looks like they'll get maybe 2 to 3 laps, depending on how quickly they do their warm-ups. They have about 6 minutes left in this session. It takes 2.5 minutes to get around, so if they do a pretty quick warm-up, they should get 2 flyers. Nice shot of Cable's 9-liter Viper right there. One of the best sounding cars here at this event. I can hear these vehicles. They're almost back to the front straight. It looks like we're going to have about 4 minutes left. So let's see what kind of lap times they can run. That right there is Zach Sober and Thomas Thompson in the McLaren 620R. Followed by Clayton Yates in his C7Z06. Looks like Eric Fleming has put the car away for the session. Don't blame him. He laid down 2 215s in a row within 0.2 of each other, so he knows that the car has it. Now it's just time to find that perfect session. Johnny Hernandez wanting to set another lap time. Ray Guerrero. And Riley from Riley Motorsports still out there in this car. It's so impressive. You know, home-built car running out here, just proving that it can do everything he wants it to do. For those of you curious, Riley's time is a 2:26.534 right now. Puts him at great pace with the rest of this group. If you're wondering about those 11 and 13-minute laps, what happens is if you start a warm-up lap and then come into pit lane and have to stop, say, due to a track closure, you never actually cross timing and scoring. So when you come around to do your warm-up lap again, it's going to take that as the lap that you actually did. So obviously no one's riding a bicycle around this place doing an 11-minute lap. Looks like Zach Sober and Thomas Thompson weren't quite able to go faster, but Ray Mort was with a 2:15.928. Just shy of the 2:15.453 that Eric Fleming ran, so Eric is still going to lead this session. That's a 2:19.614 out of Gabe Zamora, about 4/10 off his fastest of the run. Looks like that is going to be the checker flag for the session, so everyone that's on a flying lap will be able to finish it. William Stillwater with his fastest of the session with a 2:33.854. Same with Ray Guerrero at a 2:27.373. Riley with his one lap of a 2:31, and then Brett Dickey at a 2:24.777. Car seems to be doing better for them. I believe his fastest lap of the event so far was a 2:26.902. They're doing a great job of sorting that car out before they take it to Pikes Peak, so it's nice to see the speed continuously come to him. Beautiful, beautiful E46 M3 right there. Got just the right amount of aero work on it. Don't know that car very well, but I'd love to take a closer look at it. As you can see in this session, leaderboard stands Eric Fleming at a 2:15.453, followed by Ray Mort at a 2:15.928. Zach Sober with his 2:18.733, followed by Gabe Zamora at a 2:19.201. Fifth person rounding out the top five is going to be Mark Austin at a 2:19.673. Going to be Group 1 getting ready to go out on track. This will be Group 1, Session 3, getting ready to go out on track. while these drivers are getting in, it's nice to see the Drift Paddock is still running full time. To anyone who's here right now, don't forget Drift Paddock is running full time. We're going to have a Group 1 Session 3 going out on track. It's going to be Group 1 Session 3 going out on track. This is going to be the fast drivers of the final time for this run group. Then it's going to be followed by GLTC's race for today. They have already practiced. They've already qualified. It's now going to come down to race time. All right, while these cars are getting ready out here to go out, we're going to jump back to Les. Hopefully we have the audio situation figured out. What do you got down there, Les?
All righty, fastest group out there. You heard Cuban talking about fastest group. This Janetta LMP car, Jason Chen is in. Watch for that thing. It's a beast. The other to watch out for is that McLaren that we saw. The GTX car is going to be out.
All right, here we are on track with Group 1, Session 3. This is going to be Group 1, Session 3.
We're all getting into the final details, lots of tweaks. We're seeing some cooling issues with some of the cars.
While they're going around on their warm-up laps, I am joined up here in the tower by Tiffany. Tiffany is part of the broadcast crew. She's one of the people that's behind the scenes, but she has a big love for racing. Tiffany, thank you so much for coming up here. How are you liking Super Lap Battle Austin, Texas so far?
Oh, it is my pleasure. I am enjoying this view so much. I've never seen anything like this here at the Circuit of Americas. This is a first for me.
You know what? That's actually, we hear that from a lot of competitors in general. So I'm going to ask you, you're a racing fan. You've obviously, like most racing fans, you've seen racing on TV. How do you compare these basically home-built cars? Yes, they're by shops. Yes, they're by privateer teams. But how do you compare these home-built cars to the cars that you're so used to seeing?
You know, I think when you come out here, you never really know what you're going to get. It can always be a surprise. These modifications that these guys come up with are really impressive, but it's always a surprise.
I agree 100%. I've been a fan of the sport my entire life. I mean, all racing motorsport, but I've been a fan of this sport since my early teens. I'm never going to age myself, so I'm not going to tell you what year that was, but my early teens, and I have been blessed to be part of it in the U.S. form one way or another since it became big here in, I'd say, 2008, 2009. So for me, it's just seeing it grow, but also for me, it's seeing new fans like you, new fans like people out here. If you can, you know, kind of ignite the smallest of spark in somebody, I felt like it was worth it.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. What's more exciting than this adrenaline rush, seriously?
Driving, actually, if you want to know the truth, but, you know, I'm up here.
I do have one experience. When I was at Airstrip Attack over the summer, I got to go in a McLaren and went about 186, which is the fastest I have and probably ever will go.
Well, there are cars that go over 200 there. You just got in the wrong car.
I asked him to take it easy on me.
I don't blame him. Honestly, most people out there have no idea what 186 even looks like.
I felt very, very lucky that I had the opportunity.
Zero doubt. So as it stands right now, I'm not sure if you caught a glimpse of that there on stream, but it does look like the McLaren that holds the fastest lap time was being pushed down the paddock. I'm not sure if that's due to them having an issue or if that's just due to them not wanting to start the car immediately. You know, if I'm not mistaken, this is actually the McLaren on our onboard. And if it is, this is going to be big. This is the car that has set the fastest lap. This is the 812 McLaren. So they've done a 201 here. I know that you're not necessarily in tune with the lap times, but this is the fastest lap ever set in competition.
I did get to meet Cameron earlier, and he definitely is going to be setting the tone.
I have no doubt about that. And you know, funny enough, we expected Ferris to be setting the tone. So Ferris has that beautiful Z06, but he's yet to set a time that we have seen in competition. He may have had a transponder on the one lap he set, but it was not hitting. So right now you're trying to fix the car. Ferris rebuilt everything to be the first driver ever to go sub 2 here. So I know that this car right here is probably making Ferris itch, because if this car goes sub 2 before him, he's going to feel like he failed.
So what's the time to beat, Cuban?
He is the time to beat, but the thing is, he's running in a Pro Comp class. Because he's in a Pro Comp class, it's not part of the true time attack. So right now, the time to beat is Cole Powelson with a 206, but the record to beat is Ferris's at a 208. We're going to go ahead and jump to this in-car. We're going to be quiet here so you can listen to this lap. He's on a warm-up lap right now, so honestly, we're going to try to stick with him as much as possible. He's got a few corners to go before he hits the front straight, and then let's see if we can see a sub-2 lap live. Not to cut off this beautiful in-car, but as I'm sure you saw, he overcooked it into that corner. That right there is the back straight going out. It's so easy. Now, he's been running off ever since. I'm not sure if he's trying to make sure he stays offline or if he has a small issue with the car. Either way, I'm pretty positive he's going to come in the pits. You overcook it like that on a vehicle like that, he's not going to go for another flyer. With that being said, though, it does look like we have Cole Powelson on a flying lap. So right now, Cole is leading the Unlimited class with a 206. We were following the McLaren, so we didn't have a chance to really see how the rest of this lap goes. So let's take a look and see what kind of lap time he sets. Ooh, so in case you were wondering, that lap time would technically be disqualified. You have to stay within track limits. So it's going to show a lap time right now, but it's a lap time that's going to get removed no matter how you look at it, and it's slower than its fastest lap anyways. So Tiffany, have you had a chance to go out here? I know you've been walking the paddock, you've been helping the guys, Les and all that. You're a broadcaster by profession. You do interviews, and I know we really put you on the spot up here. It's hard to have to be the voice in the tower.
There's only one way that you can learn, Cuban, and that's why throwing you in.
But I know you've had a chance to be down there. This is your first Super Lap. How do you feel about the motorsports experience? I'm sure you haven't gone to the drift paddock yet, which, by the way, go up there, get a ride along. But how do you feel about the energy here?
You know what? I definitely am just really, really excited to watch everybody. The amount of energy that is out there, the amount of effort that goes into just being here is colossal. So I'm just grateful to be able to be here and soak it all up.
No, I'm super glad to hear it. I mean, I've been part of this for a very long time, long before I ever worked it, and I still feel that energy. It's great. A lot of these teams work their butts off year-round to come here, and it's a financial burden. Same thing for fans, but we do whatever it takes to get here. So I am super happy and super proud of all the work done, not just by these teams, also by your production crew, by the staff that works these events. It's electrifying, I think, is the best way to put it.
Absolutely. The attention to detail that it requires to capture every little move, you know, between the drone shots and the close-ups and the interviews, it takes a lot of work.
No, I agree 100%. And the biggest thing is, and I'm sure you've started to notice this, is the faster cars, they do less laps. These cars are set up to the extreme. So what that means is they can't just go out there and go lap for lap for lap. They have to go out there, they have to be calculated. This is why Cole's on a cooldown. He did one. This is why when the McLaren went off, I told you no matter what, he's coming in, because the car just doesn't have the fuels or the tire pressures to just go out and do lap after lap. So I promise you that he is a little bit upset that he went off on that lap, because number one, it looked like a flyer, but number two, he knew he wasn't going to get another one.
Yeah, he just fell a little short, but maybe next round, right?
Well, he has all day tomorrow, plus we have another run group after the GLTC race. Let me see if we can get a schedule up for you guys. Right now, we're in Session 3, and this is the final run group of Session 3. After Session 3, we're going to have GLTC race. This is going to be their first race of not only the event, but of their season. So the jitters are there for them. After that, that's from 240 to 305. Then we go to Lone Star Drift laps. These are going to just be the Lone Star drifters, could be able to go around COTA. It may sound silly to some people, but a lot of people are never going to have the opportunity to drive around this racetrack, okay? Even in regular track days, etc., this is not the easiest track to get to. From there, we go to our final time attack session. So like you said, he may have fell short now, but he has at 325 a session to do it, and then he has 4 sessions tomorrow.
I have a feeling he's going to make up for it.
I have a feeling with all this time spent, we may be able to see Ferris out there and make up for it too. You haven't had a chance to see him lay down a lap yet, but that man's here to impress. Currently in this run group, we have Jensen Little leading the pack with a 205 in his LMP3 car. That is another purpose-built race car running in Pro Comp class. 207, 823 out of Cole Powelson. He is the fastest of the unlimited class cars, though it is a second off of his fastest time. As I'm sure you see, the weather keeps getting warmer. It was 60-something in the morning. It's 87 degrees now. So what's going to be exciting, though, is, and I know you're going to watch it, is that GLTC race. That's going to be 25 minutes of just a hoot.
Can't wait.
It does look like Jensen tried to set a faster lap with a 2:06.467. Little warm out there. That right there is going to be Mr. Mark Austin. He has set a 2:14.512. That is a purpose-built race car. So like I was telling you, you see these LMP cars. That is actually an endurance car. He has run races here at COTA in this car. He's run races at Road America. He runs with SRO, which is a big race series. So for him, this is just another beautiful day at the track, and to see a car who's purpose-built specifically to go around the track for hours at a time, set competitive lap times. Sorry, I'm not going to cut myself off here, but we do have the McLaren coming back out. So I guess I was wrong. I guess he's ready to prove himself again, and I'm just going to be quiet about it. Looks like we have maybe 3 to 4 minutes left in this session, so that's going to be plenty of time for the McLaren to do a warm-up lap, and his warm-up lap is at an incredible pace, as you can see. That's going to be plenty of time for him to do a warm-up lap and then set a flyer. His lap time currently is a 2:01.752. So anything faster than a 2:01.752, and he has surpassed himself. Anything lower than the 2-minute barrier, and he would be the first person at any Super Lap battle to break that. So let's see what he can do. All right, this is going to be the end of this lap. So I don't have a stopwatch in my hand. I've just been watching it, and he's been wheeling and dealing this car. So let's take a look. 2:02.065. That is right there. Again, the weather is warm as heck. It is 20 degrees higher than it would have been earlier this morning when they set the 201. So the fact that he can even come out on his second lap and do a 202, super impressive. I'm going to say that is checkered flag. So first of all, I really want to thank you, Tiffany, for coming up here, keeping me a little bit of company. I'm positive I will have you up here again because you don't get off that easily. So number one, thank you for coming up here.
Thank you so much for having me.
No, it was a pleasure. And then number two, as you guys can see gridding up right now, this is the GLTC grid getting ready to race. Now, again, I know a lot of this stuff is new to you. What I'd recommend for you is to take a little time and watch this race. This is going to be really exciting. To everyone here, make sure you get a good spot. You want to watch this race. This is race 1 of 4. If you don't know much about GLTC, I promise you, you're going to want to listen to the gentlemen that are speaking about it. Not only are they super knowledgeable, they have the passion for this like no other. Me personally, you know me from Super Lap Battle and Global Time Attack, but I've been watching this series since it started. So from us here at Super Lap Battle, we're going to cut back a little bit. We're going to allow the GLTC to get set up and ready, and then stay with us. You will see the GLTC race at 2:40, okay? That starts in 5 minutes.
It's time to kick off the 2023 Grid Life Touring Cup season, round 1 of 8 from Circuit of the Americas. Hi, everybody. I'm Kyle Heyer, joined by Alex Moss for the first of 8 rounds of racing and the first of 4 races here this weekend at this 3.5-mile, 20-corner Formula One circuit. Alex, really excited to have you back as we were last season. A 31-car field getting set up for this 15 to 20-minute race. A lot of new drivers on the grid, a lot of experience as well.
Yeah, that's right. It's going to be an exciting race. I think we've got a big field here. We've got a big track to have them all on, so that's great for us. Hopefully we'll have a good, exciting, clean race.
We're very excited to kick things off. Grid Life Touring Cup race number 1 starting here in just a couple of minutes. And there's a 31-car field and a lot of variance in the power to weight, and the goal here is to have everyone kind of similar in pace down the straightaways, similar in pace in the corners, but the formula here is power to weight, and then you add modifiers based on the aero that you add to the car, the kind of transmission that your car has, Alex. So a lot of these cars are very different, but they end up kind of running around the same lap time. But in qualifying, we saw the Corvettes have the advantage.
Yeah, I don't think that's too surprising for us. Each track, as you said, overall, we want the performance to be balanced across the different car types, and I think we do a good job of that. But the cars still make their lap time in different ways, and this really is a track that suits those Corvettes with the high top speed and being able to get off those low speed corners onto the long straights.
On pole for this race after qualifying is Luke McGrew with a time of 2 minutes, 29.383 seconds. It's Luke's first ever pole. The last time he won a Grid Life Touring Cup race was November 2020, 853 days ago, Alex. So it's been a long time since Luke has tasted victory in this series. He's won 4 races, 2 at NOLA Motorsports Park and 2 at Gingerman Raceway. He will start on the pole. Paul Curley in the 45. We'll start alongside them on the outside of that front row. We'll rip the whole starting grid for you as they pull out behind the safety car. Our safety car will be a 1993 Toyota Chaser, Alex, which is really cool. We always do these pace car competitions and line everybody up behind some of the coolest cars we can find in the paddock and beyond.
Yeah, and mentioning, that it's been a long time since Luke won, he switched platforms, of course. His previous wins and his previous success was in a little Miata, which is the polar opposite of the car he's driving today, as he's in one of those Corvettes.
He had a Duratec swap Mazda MX-5 before. Again, he's in that Corvette platform. He's been testing and tuning it, ran it at Barber a couple of months ago, and found that it was really pointy in the nose to the point where if he just wanted to turn more, he just turned the wheel more. And it was almost too much to the point where it was hard to control. So Luke has actually dialed that car in here this weekend. He's really happy with how it's handling. And there's a handful of drivers in the field that have said the same. Eric Gatill, starting 5th, he's really happy with the changes he's made to his 1992 Honda Civic Si as well. Lawson Crane, a rookie in this series. He starts 6th in this race in that red M3 with green wheels. It's a cool-looking car, Alex, and what a great start for a rookie. That's one of the best qualifyings I've ever seen out of a Grid Life Touring Cup newbie.
Yeah, and as we're getting this shot, as we're going over the grid here, we've got a lot of great-looking cars in the field. It's really exciting to see such a wide variety of good-looking cars here.
And the return of the number 99 DC Sports Acura Integra. That's driven by Ronnie Vidoc. He'll roll off 14th. Let's roll through the starting lineup for you. On row number 1, starting in first, Luke McGrew in the number 7 Corvette. Alongside him, the number 45 of Paul Curley, also in another Corvette. Jeremy Swenson, the 2021 Grid Life Touring Cup champion, in the number 3, starts in the second row alongside the number 41. He's won here before, James Houghton in an Acura TSX. Row 3 is the 82 of Eric Gatill in the Hybrid Racing EG, alongside new driver Lawson Crane in the 137 car, a BMW M3. Matan Rosenberg, another driver that swapped from a Miata to a Corvette. He starts 7th in the number 484. Austin Hurdle alongside him in the number 34 370Z. Gary Wimble starts 9th in row number 5. That's the number 1 Corvette. And Team ASM with driver Tom O'Gorman will start 10th in the number 212. As they roll off pit lane there, actually looks like Tom's going to start from the rear of the field. He told me he might do this and have a little bit of fun. So we'll see if he can drive up through the field. We know he's capable of it, but it looks like he will give up that 10th place starting spot in the name of having some fun out there. Tony Marchev starts 11th in the number 17. Joel Morrison starts 12th in the number 71. Row number 7 is Eric Jensen in the number 184. That is an LS Swap Scion FRS. Ronnie Vidoc starts 14th in the number 99 DC Sports Integra. Matt Waldbaum starts 15th in the number 90 ASM Honda S2000, and Jackson Jensen, son of Father Eric, starts 16th in the 527 C6 Corvette. 17th place is Adam Ulrich alongside Brian Tyson in the number 23. Julio Crispin and Hans Horpedal make up row number 10. Row 11 is going to be Tyler Starr in the number 36. That's a white Subaru BRZ. Zach Lavoie from Team ASM. He is the 2022 Bestest Driver of the Year award winner. He rolls off in 22nd. Corey Mitchell, new to Grid Life Touring Cup, starts 23rd place in the number 79. Wes Case, 24th in the number 767. Lena Chin, new driver this season and now with Team ASM, drives the 917 from 25th place alongside Dai Win in the 888. He starts 26th. Carl Hurdle in the number 93 starts 27th alongside Andy Funston in the 163. Adam Wood and Haley Myers bring up the rear of the field with Michael McGinnis in the 777 as the last driver on grid with only Tom O'Gorman behind him. Cars rolling around now, the 3.5-mile, 20-turn circuit here at COTA, Alex. This is a very fast circuit, a lot of great overtaking opportunities, a lot of trouble spots, though, as well.
Yeah, it really has a good mix of fast sweeping corners in the first section and then some tighter turns leading onto the long straights, which I think is generally the formula for these newer F1 tracks where they're trying to present these overtaking opportunities with a slow corner followed by a long straight followed by another slow corner. I think that's really going to advantage the Corvettes and the high-power cars that we have here, high-power, low-drag cars, as they're really going to be able to get away from the lighter cars on the straights and not give them the opportunity to pass in that twisty section.
Our formula for this event is about 12 to 15 minutes, flag to flag, double file for the start. And the drivers will accumulate points in these races, all 4. Race 1 is today. Race 2, 3, and 4 are tomorrow. And race number 2 is set by fastest lap from race number 1. So if you don't get a good start, you get mired back in traffic, Alex, there is an advantage to getting out of the pack and just getting some clear racetrack to run a quick lap to start up front for race 2.
Yeah, it's a really nice part of this formula that your whole weekend can't be ruined by one bad race. Like you said, if you have a mistake or something happens that shuffles you back, just getting a good lap in will get you back to where you should be on the grid for race 2 so that you're there for the rest of the weekend.
Absolutely beautiful coverage here through 16, 17, and 18, the carousel they call that here at COTA. Drivers tell me they're pretty much flat in a GLTC car. Highest powered car, 263 horsepower on the grid. Lowest powered car, about 190. So there's a pretty big difference. There's over 1,000 pounds between the lightest car and heavier car as well. All single class, 31 cars getting set to go racing in 2023. One car pulls off in the background, off to the right. Can't get a good look at who that is, but that's hopefully in a spot that's good enough to let us go racing. Here we come, round 1 of 8 of Grid Life Touring Cup for 2023. It's all about to kick off now. On pole, Luke McGrew, 853 days since his last race win. We'll see if he can hang on in that number 7 Corvette. Green flag flies, and we're racing at Circuit of the Americas. Jeremy Swenson takes them 4 abreast, heading up to turn number 1. Houghton on the outside. Here they come from row 2 up to row 1.
Yeah, James got a really good jump there. Actually, all of the cars except Luke got a good jump that sent him 4 wide there. James was way on the outside, but it looks like Jeremy's got through having the inside line into turn 1.
Pretty frantic start there, but everyone got through turn 1 clean. Paul Curley almost clears Swenson. They're still hanging on. Now the 45 pulls clear. It's Curley, Swenson, Houghton, your top 3. Luke falls to 4th here as they scramble through the S's on this first lap. Still side by side. One car slides. That's Jackson Jensen into the gravel in the S's.
Yeah, hopefully they can be able to get that car, or he's going to be able to get that car out of there, because that's not a great spot for us to have a car sitting.
No, certainly not. Here comes the 137 of Lawson Crane up the outside of McGrew, who's fallen from 1st almost to 5th. Crane on the inside now as they crest up at turn number 9. There's Catil now looking on the inside of Austin Hurdle, running down to the hairpin. Turn number 11, a great passing spot there, but some early dramas for Jensen. That's a tough spot to get out of, especially in the gravel. Hopefully we can stay green.
Yeah, hopefully, and it looks like, Luke didn't have the best jump when the green flag came on, but I think maybe that rewards weight has hurt him a little bit that he got for qualifying in pole, because it does seem like he's struggling to hang on to the leaders here.
We'll see if it comes back to him. A huge slide for Austin Hurdle at the exit at turn 11. 4 tires slipping and sliding off course. Drivers were told keep it in the white lines, but that wasn't an advantage gained. Here comes Matan Rosenberg now in the 484, tracking down the 34 car of Hurdle into turn number 12. Catil right ahead of them in that very lightweight hybrid racing EG.
Yeah, Austin Hurdle with that 370Z, he's put a new livery on that car, and I think it looks awesome this weekend.
Striking. We wear pink on Wednesdays and on Saturdays, apparently. Into the stadium section now, turn 12, or 13, 14, and 15. This is a really tight switchback. Curley still has the advantage, but look at Swenson arcing it in very late to get the drive off the corner. And 2 Corvettes lead the way. It looks like Houghton's fighting back from Luke McGrew, who's got some drive. He's coming back for a podium spot.
Yeah, it looked like Paul Curley took a different line there to Jeremy Swenson. Swenson, as you said, trying to get a different line to get a better drive off the corner.
Look at Luke McGrew close at turn 19 on James Houghton. This 41 car has seen some changes over the years. It was originally built very bullet-shaped with no arrow. He's added some, leaves the door open for Luke McGrew at turn 20. Luke's side by side, but the 41 gets a great drive at corner exit, and now everyone knows the tail down the front straightaway. It's 2 Corvettes and a TSX out front after 1 lap here at COTA. Still green for now. Hopefully that one corner that Jackson Jensen found his way off in, we can stay green if he got out of that gravel trap, but we'll see next time by if that's the case.
Yeah, they certainly haven't decided to send full course yellow to go and retrieve the car, so hopefully, worst case, they're covering it with a local yellow.
Looks like there is a yellow waving at turn number 2, so that will be covered. No passing there, and there is the double yellow flag that will signify a full course caution. I have not actually seen it come up on the timing and scoring yet, but it is a double yellow flag being displayed, and yes, it is full course caution now, and our first race of the weekend has been frozen for the moment. So early spin off there, and I hope whoever was pulled off at turn 19 was able to get restarted as well. We didn't get a great look at who that was, but it could have been, it might have been Brian Tyson or Corey Mitchell, but hard to tell from the shot we had. So we'll try to get that car out of the gravel and re-rack him and restack him and go again. These are short races, so if we get back green, it's only going to be a lap or 3 maybe.
Yeah, and turn 19, I didn't see a car sitting off there as we came through, so I'm assuming that car got itself moving again, and this double yellow is to retrieve Jackson's car.
And it looks like, I don't know if there was any contact. I didn't see it start. I just saw the tail end of that, so hopefully that there was just a loss of control and not any contact. That the series prides itself on not making a whole lot of contact. But behind the safety car now on lap number 3, as Charlie Enslin is driving that Toyota Chaser, and it's a very pretty car. And we told everyone it'd be a Honda Fit Pace in the field, and that rolled up, and we said, we're going to use that instead. So we had to tell everyone that they're looking for a purple car, and it's not Jeremy Swenson. He rides second place right now. Jackson Jensen is rolling, actually. I just saw him go by the front straightaway here, so I'm not sure if they've already pulled the car or if that was a different incident.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't look like his car had any damage to it. It just was stuck in the gravel. So if they could just drag it out of the gravel, he could get going and catch back up to the field. So we may go to green pretty quickly here.
That would be lovely if we could get back green. There's Jackson and got the car moving. That's great to see. It's hard to get out of gravel traps, especially when they make them, they kind of groom them so that they're all running one direction, and if you get beached in them, they're pretty hard. So good work for Jackson to get that rolling. Lights are still on the safety car, though, so it looks like they might have just gone out as well. So that would mean we're doubling up and going back green if that's the case, but we'll have to get a better look at that car in a moment because they're still not quite doubled up for the restart.
Yeah,
they still are on, it looks like, Alex.
Yes, they are still on. Yeah, those gravel traps are designed to stop a car. So once they've done that job and stopped it from going into the wall at high speed, it's tough for a car to get out of there under its own power. So, yeah, it's not surprising that it's tough for Jackson to get out and need a little help from a tow vehicle or recovery vehicle.
They're very good at stopping cars. They're not very good at letting them go.
Exactly.
So it looks like Jackson got out and extricated, and that means we will continue, hopefully, as soon as we get back underway. Usually, I think our shortest full course yellow procedure would be 2 laps, so we could expect a green next time by if that was the only thing that we had to worry about. So things have happened in the first 3 laps, Alex. Paul Curley took the lead away, started on the second row. Jeremy Swenson is out in second place, looks like. Pace car has pulled off, so we are going to go back green, just a 1-lap caution flag, and we're going to get back underway in Grid Life Touring Cup. Here we come, back to the green flag. Paul Curley in control and waiting for that green wave. Very late restart here. Nice tight pack. And green flag back underway. We're racing once more at Circuit of the Americas. Here comes Houghton up to second place on the inside of Jeremy Swenson. Luke McGrew climbs the hill. Look at Houghton looking for the lead on Curley. Curley goes defensive and hangs tough on the inside.
Yeah, I think Paul saw James Houghton coming there and moved over to kind of fend him off. I imagine he'd be hoping that he gets past Swenson, but it doesn't look like he was.
We were 5 wide into turn 1 and came out the other side. That was extremely impressive. Ronnie Vidoc right behind Matt Waldbaum. We were talking before the race and said that they were going to follow each other through the pack. So far, both of them have gained positions and now follow each other through the S's here at COTA.
Yeah, and through the S's, you're going to have a hard time getting by anybody there as the cars move left to right to back left again. So you're not going to be able to get alongside another car there. You're just going to have to follow single file and try and pick your spots later on in the lap.
Well, Paul Curley has the advantage for now, but for how much longer? Jeremy Swenson, the 2021 Touring Cup champion, is right there, hot on his heels into turn 11, and here comes Cattell on Luke McGrew, pops out to the inside. Luke's a little bit later on the brakes, and he will outbrake Cattell into turn 11. That hybrid racing EG really punching above its weight. This is not a track I'd expect that car to really be all that strong at, but Eric has been driving a great race so far, right up behind Luke McGrew, and in the slipstream now on this long back straightaway with a pretty significant headwind as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Civic is way further in the field than you'd expect it to be. And here comes Houghton on Swenson right now.
Driving by Jeremy Swenson, top speeds well into the 130-mile-an-hour range. He should get that pass complete, but Swenson hangs tough here. If he can keep overlapping to 13, he might get it back. Houghton did not get a very good drive, and Swenson back to second place as they hit turn 13 and enter the tight stadium section, and McGrew right back to the rear bumper of Houghton as well. It's getting scrappy here for second through fourth.
Yeah, I think you really could see there how the Corvette manages to put all that torque down as it comes off those slow corners and really drive ahead of the Honda.
Yeah, Houghton's not really doing that well here, getting off the corner, but he has such a great high end, especially in the corners here. He's really figured that car out. It didn't have a lot of aero previously, but it certainly is looking strong now. Austin Hurdle, by the way, up to 7th place. That car had a broken control arm after qualifying. He's got it running very strong now. Houghton slips on the apex of 19. McGrew's going to try to take advantage of it down here into 20, but not quite close enough to get overlap.
Yeah, we'll see here if Luke should get off this corner a little bit better than Houghton, but then by the end of the straight, I think Houghton's going to be pulling away again.
About 9 minutes into this race, still plenty of time to go. Eric Catil up to 5th, Hurdle up to 6th, Lawson Crane 7th, Matan Rosenberg and Tom O'Gorman up 22 spots up to 9th place. We knew it was coming, Alex, and here he comes.
Yeah, we did, and remember that we've had yellow flag in here as well, so he was bottled up during that time and wasn't able to make those passes, obviously.
Eric Jensen up the inside of Matt Walbaum at turn 1, so the LS-powered FRS goes on by. Here's a little bit of a scrap back here. Adam Ulrich, Wes Case, and Julio Crispin, a M3, a Corvette, and a 350Z walk into a bar, Alex. That's a wild fight between those cars. And an all-wheel drive Subaru Impreza in the mix as well.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, that's our first all-wheel drive competitor that we've had in GLTC, right?
We've had a couple of them before, but not consistently, and we expect to see Mike McGinnis around a little bit more. Big slide there from Tony Marchev and Hans Horpedal chasing each other through the S's. Good scrap between those two. Pretty similar builds between those cars, and Zach Lavoie, Joel Morrison, and Hans and Tony fighting it out back there. Looks like for about 14th place, but Swenson is right behind Curley, who looks very nervous on the brakes there. The car was bouncing around just a touch, and Swenson is keeping him extremely honest, just a half second back.
Yeah, I think Paul took a little bit of a defensive line there going into 11, and that may advantage Swenson going down the long straight as he was able to take a more natural line.
Now up the long back straightaway here. Houghton not close enough to do anything with Swenson, this time through Catil. Popping out of line, a little bit of a lock up there for the 777 of Mike McGinnis. On the outside is the 36 of Tyler Starr. That's the white BRZ. They come out the other side looking fine and dandy now for the long run down to turn 12. McGrew, he smells blood in the water with Houghton just ahead.
Yeah, he braked so late on Houghton there. Closed up a massive gap under braking for 12.
And same thing here between the two leaders. Look at Swenson, a little bit tighter line through 13 and 14, trying to close that gap to Paul Curley. Curley won a couple of races last season. So did Swenson. I think Swenson and Curley both looking to add to their win total this weekend. Curley's last win came at the Grid Life Midwest Fest over Tom O'Gorman, of all people, in race number 4. So this would certainly be another accomplishment, another feather in the cap for Paul Curley, who's still relatively new to GLTC competition.
Yeah, all these guys are great drivers, 1 through, well, pick your number really, but it looks like Jeremy's keeping the pressure on Curley, forcing a couple of mistakes here and hoping to capitalize.
There's Hans Horpedal and Tony Marchev following each other through turns 18 and now into 19, chasing Zach Lavoie as well. They were side by side going in there. Houghton a little crossed up. Here comes Luke McGrew and Eric Catil, who's right behind the number 7 up the straightaway. Like we said in qualifying, 1,000 pounds between that black Corvette and the white and green Civic.
Amazing difference, and amazing how evenly matched they are going down there despite the power and weight differences.
Catil trying to go the long way around at turn number 1. Will he tuck in tight, try to cross him up? No, he's going to stick to the outside and have the run into turn 2. But will McGrew give this up? He's going to leave him a lane. That's how we do it here in GLTC, Alex. And looks like Catil wants 4th from Luke.
Yeah, left him a lot of room there. Really left the door open for that. So we'll see how this plays out. I can't imagine they can stay too wide all the way through this.
No, Luke concedes. Very fair racecraft there. Catil, a little bit of a corner cut, just trying to make sure they come out the other side. But McGrew's going to go up the inside there. That's tight. And now into turn number 8. Catil holds left, but this is a great fight here for 4th place. A big Corvette and a very small Civic duking it out. They did this back at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. They've raced each other plenty of times, Alex, and Luke is just doing a great job hanging tough, but Catil got the spot.
Yep, and just a lap ago I said how you could not go side by side through that section and you had to follow, and those guys just proved me wrong right there. That
was exceptional. O'Gorman in the background. A little bit of a lockup there for Catil. Not running ABS in this car. And now, will he get run back down, or will McGrew push him? He might bump draft him a little bit, or will he pop out of line and go for the move here? We'll see.
I can't imagine that Luke will be behind him at the end of the straight. I think he'll close him up under braking as we go into 12.
Oh, he looks like he actually tucked back in behind Catil. He knows that he got outdriven, but here he goes up the inside, braking later than Catil. Now comes the pass again. McGrew back by Catil for 4th place, and in the background I saw Tom O'Gorman creeping into the party. He's got to get by Austin Hurdle, I think one other car, and he'll be right in this mix for a top 5 position. As for the lead, Swenson is right behind. Look at this battle for 4th, still back on Catil, hangs tough on the outside.
Yeah, really great move there by
that was almost a touch there as they come through the stadium section, Alex. It's so tight. A little bit of a wobble and a wiggle on the wheel for Catil, but they hang tough. This is an absolutely epic battle between two cars that would never share the same class in almost any other road racing series, and here they are, side by side, through the carousel at 100+ miles an hour, Alex.
Yeah, it looks like Catil's got back by him there.
That was exceptional racing between these two, and Catil has cleared Luke McGrew, and they've got Austin Hurdle waiting in the wings there. Past the start-finish line, white flag is waving. 1 lap to go here at Circuit of the Americas, and Paul Curley runs defensive down the straightaway. There's O'Gorman in the backdrop. He is coming. Right now he's P7. Could he get 6th or even 5th away from this group ahead of him with 3.5 miles left?
That shot right there really shows the difference in width between those two cars. As you can see, the sides of the Corvette are both sides of the Civic.
Zach Lavoie and Tony Marchev fighting here. This is on the front straightaway. The 42 hangs tough in 15th place. Marchev closing the gap up to him. And Marchev in his second Grid Life Touring Cup weekend. And another shout out to Lawson Crane, still inside the top 10 in his first ever weekend of racing. Here is Lena Chin, Michael Hilo, and the 777 of Mike McGinnis. What a great scrap these drivers are having. This is back for 22nd place. They've traded spots a few times as we go back to the lead because the 3 car is coming and coming quick for that top spot. Back into turn 1, Mike McGinnis in the all-wheel drive, the green Impreza, holding back Hilo and Lena Chin, who's fought some gremlins with that car, and for the lead, here they come, side by side down turn 11. Jeremy Swenson in the number 3 car on the outside. Can he cross over Curley and take the spot in the backstretch? There it is, the over-under, the classic textbook move. Teach that in school. Swenson to the lead as they drag race down the back straightaway to turn 12.
Yeah, really got him, came on the outside there and managed to switch over in the center of the corner, and I'd be surprised if Paul can counter with this. It looks like Jeremy is just a little bit faster.
Big draft here, though. He's going to pop at a line back to the right. Swenson stays defensive. They're nose to nose. Here they come into turn 12. It's a braking duel again. The 45 on the outside, the 3 on the inside. Swenson takes the tight line. He's got it, takes it back. Curley's going to have a real tough time now, but this is where it gets very, very tight, very racy. Here's Lena Chin, Michael Hilo battling all over the place here at COTA. There's battles on the racetrack, but Jeremy Swenson with a last lap pass puts 2, maybe 3 car lengths on Curley with just 10 corners to go.
Yeah, and Jeremy's always fast here. Always fast everywhere, I should say, but especially here. And I think Paul's got his work cut out for him now.
Through the carousel for the final time. No mistakes now for Jeremy Swenson. He switched to the number 3 this season. That's the number his dad used to race. Put 3 fingers out the window at Alpine for his first win since COTA, which was back a year ago. Got a couple more wins on the season towards the tail end. Fought hard for a top 3 in the championship. The 3 this time, not on the fingers, but on the door card. Number 3, Jeremy Swenson, final corner. Curley's close. Checkered flag waves. Jeremy Swenson takes race 1 here at Circuit of the Americas. Paul Curley right behind him, just a couple tenths of a second back. James Houghton looks like he'll come home 3rd. Then Luke McGrew, who got back by Eric Catil, who finishes 5th. Then Tom O'Gorman up 25 spots to 6th place. Austin Hurdle 7th. Matan Rosenberg, Lawson Crane, and Eric Jensen, your top 10. Then it's Gary Wimble, Ronnie Vidocq, Matt Waldbaum, Joel Morrison, and Zach Lavoie. Oh, actually, it's Tony Marchev who got by Zach Lavoie on the final lap, followed by Wes Case, Hans Horpedal, and Adam Ulrich, who are coming to the checkers right now. What a race, Alex. I know we had a little bit of an interstitial there because of the caution flag as we got Lena Chin, Mike McGinnis, and Michael Hilo coming to the stripe. Great battle between those 3 in the closing laps of this one. In the background, Carl Hurdle is coming to the checkers. He is battling with Corey Mitchell. That is a touring car from the SRO group that he's racing here this weekend is Carl Hurdle, but battling a new to GLTC driver, Corey Mitchell, Andy Funston, Brian Tyson, Dywin, Adam Wood, and looks like Adam Ulrich might have had an issue on that final lap, not back to the stripes just yet, Alex. But what a race. Swenson back in victory lane.
It was a great race, wasn't it? I mean, we had battles for 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd, 4th and 5th, and all, going back and forth, multiple passes on single laps, but all super clean, super respectful. I think it was an excellent race, a lot of fun.
And the battle between Catil and Luke McGrew, I mean, if they are not high-fiving after that, I don't know what to tell you, Alex. That was absolutely phenomenal. And before we sign off, let's also remind you of the rewards weight we have in this series. So the winner of this race, which is Jeremy Swenson, he'll pick up a couple extra % of weight, followed by Paul Curley, who'll pick up a couple more %, and James Houghton will pick up 1% of weight. So that will kind of balance them out for race 2. You can continue to accumulate that rewards weight unless you finish outside of the top 4. Then you can start removing that rewards weight. So it's basically a way to balance the top front runners here. So Swenson will be laden with a little bit more than he had after the 2% he got in qualifying.
Yep, so that should balance things out, should make things even more even for the next race, and hopefully we'll get to see 3 more great races tomorrow.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. And again, Jeremy Swenson with that number change. Started the series racing here a couple of years ago. 2021 was his first weekend racing in Grid Life Touring Cup was here. He had a kind of a tough weekend. The pace was there, the reliability was not. After that, the car got wrapped in Viking Performance Purple and then went on an absolute tear. Ended up winning the championship over Eric Catil at Road America in 2021. 2022, great season, not as many wins, but he starts one off the right way here at Circuit of the Americas. Put one in the win column for the number 3 car. What a great race. I can't wait for race 2 tomorrow, which will be in the morning. It'll be the first thing on the broadcast tomorrow morning with a Formula One style standing start. We're using the lights on the gantry and everything. That's always one of my favorite parts of this weekend, Alex.
That was the biggest reason I almost bought a ticket to run in this race, was to try and do that standing start on the Formula One track at Circuit of the Americas.
So in just a moment, we're going to toss things over to the Lone Star Drift Group, and then we'll be back at 3:25 for the continuation of Super Lap Battle here from Circuit of the Americas. Thanks so much for watching. We'll check in with you tomorrow morning for our second race, but still plenty to go here on the broadcast for Super Lap Battle and Lone Star Drift. We'll see you guys later. Have a good one. I'm Kyle Heyer with Alex Moss.
All right, here we are back at Super Lap Battle. Group 4, Session 4, okay? This is going to be the last set of run groups for the day. If you stay tuned during the Grid Life race, that was a very exciting race. I'm glad that the first race of their season had some action to it. Now it's time to get the time attack going. To give you a little update, I had the ability to talk to a few people downstairs. Ferris will be going out and setting a lap. He had a small mechanical issue that I'm sure he'll explain to the world later in life, but he is going to go out there and set down a lap in anger. It does look like Cole Powelson has another lap in him for this session and definitely more for tomorrow. Same with the McLaren. So for those of you here, this is Group 4, Session 4. This is going to be the last session for them of the day. So let's see what kind of lap times they can lay down. They're all out there doing a warm-up lap. So as soon as we start getting some flyers, we'll let you know what we got going on. To give you a little reference point right now, Steve Wynn is leading Group 4 with a 2:36.189. That is his fastest run. Brad Bauckham with a 2:36.496. They're going to be the two closest people together. Robert Medina, Dr. Black, has done a 2:36.721. Unsure if he's going to be out here in this session, but we'll find out soon enough. And then Marshall Papadopoulos with a 2:37.018. We're going to go ahead and shoot over to Les really quick for a quick interview, and then let's get to these lap times. Hey, Les, what's going on down there?
Yeah, so this is the Lone Star Drift part of the Super Lap Battle demo. We're out here showing off for the crowd, giving ride-alongs. Anyone can come out. It's a lot of fun. I mean, we're out there, 50 different drift cars. We're out there just throwing it together, you know, trying not to hit the wall, but burning up tires, getting all the fans connected with what we love in this sport, and just, you know, putting on a show and having fun.
Hey, well, there you go. One of the top-ranked drifters in the country right here. Catch us all at the Lone Star Drifting competition and the expos here. Lots of fun, lots of vendors. Come check out the vehicles. They're all really tricked out. I love it. Thanks as always, bud.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you so much, Les. Now let's go ahead and see if we can get some lap times rolling. They have started their flyers. Steve Wynn is the first one out there. Looks like Steven Bussler is the second, followed by Michael Sims. Sean Bassett in his Pro Comp 240Z right behind him. And then Donald Brown just behind them in his limited class GC. It looks like whatever issue he had that he had to pull off for has been taken care of. That right there is Mike Selmeyer. If you want to hear a funny story about this car, and I'm sorry I used the word funny, if you want to hear a story about this car, he was actually driving it here, has a aftermarket hardtop on it, and the glass flew out of the hardtop on the open trailer. Sadly, you need rear glass to compete in the street class, so he has it. He's using his factory soft top. He's obviously keeping it down. He's having a good time, but that is a sad story. Luckily, anyone will tell you that a little bit of time on track will ease all your pains, and as long as he has a good event, that's all that's going to matter. Let's go ahead and get the standings for the event up so far. So we're going to start with enthusiast class, guys. Let's take a look at where we stand right before the final sessions of the day. Jonathan Wheeler with a reset enthusiast record of a 228.380, followed by Jeffrey Ting, who reset the enthusiast front wheel drive record at a 230.080. Jackie Ding, 217.462, leading street class, followed by Kyle McCoo at a 222.766, and Johnny Hernandez getting closer to them and making sure his third place podium spot stays strong. Eric Fleming pulled this spot literally last session, just pulled 2 seconds out of his lap time. He is so close to the limited class record with a 215.453. Zach Sober and Thomas Thompson at a 218.497, followed by Gabe Zamora at a 218.936. Cole Powelson still leads the unlimited class, but as you just saw, Cable Rosenberg took over second place at a 214.511, and then Robert Thorne at a 214.990. Second through fourth are looking really close, but truth be told, when the Ferris goes out there and sets a lap time, it's probably going to be third to fourth that look close. Pro Comp, Cameron Lawrence and Rafael Martinez, 201.752. They kind of, scrubbed a lap at the very end of their last session, so they weren't able to get the best of what they could, but they are out there flying. I'm sure tomorrow morning we'll see an even faster lap time. Jensen Little and Jason Chin, both in LMP3 cars, doing a 2:05 and a 2:09.955. Steve Wynn about a second off of his fastest lap with his 2:37.027, but he is leading this session right now. If you were here during practice day, Sean Bassett actually has part of a different wing on his car. He was flying down the back straight in this brand new setup, and the wing he had on was specifically spec'd for Pikes Peak, as this is a Pikes Peak build, and he lost it down the back straight. It was just too much for the stands to handle, and it separated from itself. But as this is one of the most ingenious teams I've ever met, they took one of the elements off of it and then reattached it to the vehicle in a way that looks like it belonged there in the first place. So much respect to them and their effort on that vehicle. And for those of you who've been watching, this has been a great event so far. We've had some flying laps in those first few sessions. Here in session 4, we thought it was going to be warmer, but it seems to have cooled down just a scotch. It was feeling like 89 or almost 90 during the grid life race. Now it's down to 88. I know it doesn't sound like much, but every single degree matters when you're talking about being on track, both for the cars and the drivers. These gentlemen and ladies are not driving around the freeway with air conditioning and the windows up, so they are affected just as much as the vehicles are. For those of you here who are wondering how you can get into Time Attack, speak to some competitors. Even more so, speak to some of our sponsors if you already have a build and you've competed. We have Yokohama Tire and Link ECU here. Also, Garrett Advancing Motion. If you're looking for a killer helmet design, you need to go over to Garage 7, okay? In front of Garage 7, we have one of the best helmet designers in Texas. He's here every single year. Now, let me talk to you really quick about what these drivers get. First place of Unlimited class gets a trophy, a brand new Garrett GTX Gen 2 Turbo, a Meister watch, an anti-gravity heavy-duty battery, 4 premium main grandstand tickets, 1 Lot A parking for NASCAR at COTA 24 to 26. So you win first place, you get to take your family to NASCAR here at COTA. Second and third place obviously receive trophies. Limited class, same thing. You win limited class, you get a Garrett Turbo, a Meister watch, an anti-gravity battery, and 4 tickets to Turn 15 Grandstand at COTA. Now, the Unlimited class gets the premium main grandstand. Street class, you're going to get a trophy, a Garrett GTX Gen 2 Turbo, a Meister watch, and an anti-gravity battery. First place in Enthusiast gets a trophy and an anti-gravity heavy-duty XP20 HD Micro Start. HEL Performance has prizes for all classes. HEL Performance USA is a proud sponsor of the Global Time Attack 2023 seasons. Winner in each of the 5 classes will receive the Brake Last Finish First Award, with first place in each class receiving a free 4-line brake kit, second and third receiving 50% off any 4-line brake kit from HEL Performance USA. Pat Wilson Graphics is the gentleman in front of Garage 7. He's giving away a custom painted Super Lap Battle themed helmet to the fastest overall driver. Now, we've had multiple winners of Pat Wilson Graphics designs, and I'm going to tell you right now, not one of them has been dissatisfied. If you don't believe me, go out to in front of Garage 7 and take a look at the work that he's done. This is the vehicle we've spoken about quite a few. Dr. Black, Dr. Medina, 238-392. You want to talk about commitment? He's been running with us for a couple years now, and he's always had some small gremlins. So as I'm sure you've heard me say before, like any sane human being, he decided, hey, I'm going to fix it. I'm shipping my car to Canada. He took it up there, let them take care of the aero, rebuild the vehicle. He went up to Canada, picked it up, and brought it straight here to Texas. And I got to say, the work is incredible. He made it through tech, no issue, and short of a few small things that have happened, he's had a pretty good event. He's obviously still getting used to the vehicle. He has some time to pick up, but overall, I could tell that him and his team are extremely happy. And like most Time Attack teams, they're very family-oriented. He brought his whole family from Mexico here to COTA to run this event. His wife, his kids, either father or father-in-law, but we're just so happy to see him, along with other drivers that have made the trip. We have an Evo 7 all the way from Canada. We have drivers from all across the states. Obviously, we have the local boys here from Texas, but we have people from Utah, people from Florida, East Coast, West Coast. This is the place where we want all Time Attack competitors to meet up and show what they got. And obviously, bring the people they care about, too. Time Attack is not a corporate sport. This is something we do because we love it. It's a passion sport. So to see you bring your family, bring your kids, to see these spectators with their kids walking around. I see so many kids posing in front of cars, talking to drivers. Like we always said, it's the next generation that's going to keep our sport alive. And the more kids we see here, the better. And honestly, the happier they are, the better for us. So thank you so much to everyone who brought themselves and their families here. Obviously, you can be selfish and bring them because you wanted to come, but seeing them get excited matters to us too. What you should do is take your kids up to the drift paddock, and of course, if they're old enough and tall enough, take them for a nice little spin, you know, throw a few dollars at these great drivers, have them take you around in their vehicles, cover their consumables, and have a little fun going around the figure 8 course. It's even better when you got 2 or 3 of them lined up. You can really see what it's like to be side by side, door to door with one of these cars. As you can see, guys, anyone who's been following us long enough, it's just so incredible to see this event getting bigger and bigger by the year. The amount of spectators coming in grows every single year. The amount of competitors, we're at a 75-car field. GLTC is at a 33 or 35-car field, so they're having no issue selling out, getting people here. The drifters, they've always brought the same amount of cars, but now with them selling out so early, they can really pick and choose who they bring. Same with the car show. This is really starting to become the pinnacle U.S. Time Attack event, exactly what our founder and fearless leader wanted to happen when he created Super Lap Battles. So for all of you out there, I know we're going to beat this dead horse for a few minutes, but we're just so proud to see what it's become. So for a newcomer, Tiffany, how do you feel this event's going? I know this is your first year here. What are you feeling? You weren't here when we were starting in 18, 19 time. What do you see when you come here?
You know, I see a lot of passionate people that are clearly obsessed with this sport. The amount of money, the amount of time, the amount of energy, the precision, they are clearly committed. So that's the one thing, through and through. Everybody here really loves what they're doing, and who can blame them?
I've been talking to you a little bit. I know you're a people watcher. How do you feel about the fans? I know you've been in and out of the building. You've been with Les as he's been doing interviews also. You've been helping us across the board, which has been fantastic. But what do you see in the fans? Do you see people that are just kind of here to be here, or do you think they're just as excited as I'm saying?
You know what? I've mostly been watching the kids. The children here, their eyes are so wide open. They're so excited, as if, anything could happen. So I think it's just awesome that there are so many people out here supporting, learning about the sport, hopefully encouraging others to make their way out too.
Well, and like you said, it's great that you can bring a family to this event. I've been blessed. I've been here before. Will continue to be here in the future. But if you've ever tried to come here for a professional race, you're in the door for $500, $600, $700, $800 for a family. But we get you in here $25, $35, depending if you pre-bought or not, to be able to bring your family of four here to COTA for $100 or less and just enjoy the weekend. It's not by the day. That's a weekend ticket. It's incredible. And to see not just racing. Let's say you're into racing, but maybe your kid's really into car shows. Well, guess what? You don't have to pick one or the other. You get to come here and both do what you love.
Talk about a deal.
Tiffany, all right. Let's talk about time attack for a minute. I'm going to ask you a question, and you can just give me an honest answer. Before you walked in the door here, what did you know about time attack?
I knew that there were people coming off the street with cars, basically just right off the street, to some pro cars. I knew that they could have unlimited modifications. You know what? I knew that they were racing against the clock, essentially, going for the fastest lap time that they could beat.
So you're from the streets, okay. So Tiffany, from the streets.
I'm from Florida, so yeah.
Hey, wait, we don't have to go into that now, do we? So you would be pretty correct. The enthusiast class cars are exactly that, people who have tracked these vehicles. We don't have to get into the deep dive here. I will put together a test later, and before you're allowed to talk tomorrow, you must pass that test. But time attack as a whole actually started in Japan. It was a Japanese sport that a lot of people around the country fell in love with. The Australians fell in love with it. It started to grow here in the United States, and we had our very first time attack event 07, 08 time at a racetrack called Buttonwillow Raceway Park that we still race at to this day. And from there, it has just grown. It used to be an event where Japanese teams would come over from Japan to race after SEMA, and it was invite only, and it was ran by Super Street Magazine. It was called Super Lap Battle. That's why the name means so much to us. And lucky for us, our fearless leader, who still runs the show to this day, was running this event for them. So he kept the name true. He was able to get the name to keep it in the history books. And that's why here at Circuits of the America, we have a Super Lap Battle. This was created to continue that legacy. And I think more so to show that this isn't just a niche sport, it is growing internationally. Anyone who's a time attack fan, I know you're not there yet, but you will be before the weekend's over. The biggest time attack event in the world was being put on in Australia. We even have a driver who's won a class there. Brett Dickey in the Project Import S2000 has won his class at World Time Attack. So realistically speaking, this to us is just bigger and better. We are American, right? We don't do anything pure. Back in the day, the Japanese would have never allowed slicks or V8 cars. So this is America. We're in Texas. You have to do a little bigger, a little better. So in your opinion, are we doing it bigger and better?
Absolutely. You got to go bigger or go home, right?
Absolutely. So after that quick little thing, I'm going to get Tiffany up here, a quick test run. If she can't handle it, she'll be gone. Let's go ahead and throw it to Les, see who he's talking to right now. Les, what do you got?
All righty. Back here out at the drift area, Lone Star Drift. Aaron, you put on a fantastic event here. Look at all your friends.
Thank you. We're having a good time. You have to have fun in a car that's sliding around.
Absolutely, absolutely. What do you think this is? Thousands of attendees, it looks like to me.
Probably this track is so dang big that it swallows people. Like, they have 450,000 people here. We're nothing compared to how big that thing is. It's crazy. This track is amazing.
Fantastic. I've noticed a few names I recognize. I noticed Fielder. I noticed Harrison Johnson. Who are a few of the other big names folks are going to recognize from this?
Yep, we have lots of cool drivers. We have drivers from all over the state, fielding off hyperdrive and stuff on Netflix. So we have a lot of stuff going on.
Fantastic. You know what? Thanks. This is awesome. Hey, I noticed they're giving rides. What's the deal with getting ride-alongs?
You just got to go talk to a driver. They have helmets and all that stuff, and get in the car.
Boom. There you go. Who's going to go for it? All righty. We're going to come back, check out some more of the drifters. Come over, have a good time. We'll back to y'all.
Thank you so much, Les. That is fantastic. So I had a quick talk with Tiff, and I decided that she's actually going to do a little bit of research, right? Tiff is not yet ready to give us the full breakdown of Time Attack. But as I kicked her out, I found someone outside that I could actually bring in. She has competed with us in the past. She actually just competed in that GLTC race. You may know her online by her tag StigGTR. I know her as Haley Myers. Haley, how was that race?
Was the most amazing thing I've ever done in my life. I may have looked super slow out there, but it was the best thing I've ever done. It was fantastic.
So I think what she's saying is you had a good time?
The best time.
So you have competed in Time Attack, you do track days, people know you about your GTR. I would say you're just trying your hardest to do all forms of motorsports. What drew you to come here and do those things?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm just trying to work my way up through motorsports and make great connections and good friends.
Well, obviously, you're in two different fields right now. You're in two different fields that are doing that. The Time Attack family is one big family. Grid Life as a whole, they have their own Time Attack series, and their GLTC people are a big family. You know, I asked you a question, and I absolutely love the way you answered. I said, how did you do in that race? What did you tell me?
It was the best thing I've ever done in my life. I may have been super slow. I may have been way back there in the back of the pack, but it was the best thing I've ever done. Taking the checker at COTA, at Circuit of the Americas, in a Grid Life race at Super Lap Battle was the best thing I've ever done. It was amazing.
That's so great to hear. Now, what car were you driving? Is that one of your cars, or are you borrowing a car from somebody right now?
That's actually my new to me Spec 350Z. I just picked it up. It is completely bone stock, a Spec 350Z.
So you were probably underpowered for the series, do you think, power to weight? How far off are you from the other competitors?
Probably a wee bit, yeah.
Just a little bit, okay. Well, hey, I didn't see how the race ended. I had to come back up here and get ready, but as you could see, this has been Spec Corvette here at Circuit of the Americas, obviously. It's, as I always hear him say, different horses for different courses, but this track really lets people stretch their legs. I saw you in practice, though. Did you have a little incident in practice? Is that what happened, or was it the vehicle, or was it just you?
It was definitely the vehicle, yeah. Actually, I cut power, or the vehicle cut power at the top of turn 1 there. I don't know what it is about Circuit of the Americas and my Nissans, but apparently they don't like turn 1 at Circuit of the Americas. That's where my GTR last year lost power as well. So we lost power in the Spec 350Z at the top of turn 1 in practice session 1, and then in qualifying I did slightly start to overheat, but as you saw there in race 1, I committed, I did the full race, and we had no overheating problems, and the car ran beautifully.
No, that's great to hear. So for right now, we're going to go ahead and cut over to Les. He's going to go over and get another interview going while these cars go out on track. Then you and I will discuss a few things, and we'll get back here for all these fans. Les, what do you got going on over there?
All righty. Hey, still a lot going on down in the drift competition. Come check it out. There's ride-alongs. There's folks you know. Nate Hamilton, dude, welcome back to COTA.
Thank you so much, man. It's good to be back. Blue sky, tires are burning, good times.
Fantastic. So tell us something that we don't know about drifting. If we're here watching Super Lap, what's drifting all about? Sum it up in 10 seconds.
I mean, this event specifically is about ride-alongs, right? So you guys get to sit in our cars, we get to take you for laps, so you get a drifting experience. So that's what this is for us.
The ultimate Uber ride-along. How's that, guys? Everybody, come on over. It's a lot of fun. You have some champions from the sport diced up around here. Just come over, make friends, get a ride, grin all you want.
Absolutely, man. Let's burn some tires.
Burn some tires.
That's great. So good to see Les out there. He's been talking to everyone, by the way. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. He's in the Time Attack paddock. He's talking to GLTC competitors. He was talking to the car show people, and now he's in the drift paddock. I really think we got Les suckered in here. Les has been part of motorsports here in Texas for a very, very long time, and he knew about this event since it started. He's been a huge fan, so when he said he really wanted to come down and be part of this opportunity, we love to have him. So with Les out here, I have Haley up in the tower with me. This is Group 3, Session 1, Session 4. This is the final run group of these sessions. So I don't know, you've obviously been racing at GLTC. It's hard to pay attention to one and the other. But have you seen the lap times going on? Have you seen what's been going on during the event yet?
Absolutely, yeah. I've had my eye on a few of my friends here and competitors. So very excited for them to lay down some laps. Although it is quite warm out there. It is quite hot out there now. Things might be getting a bit greasy. So those temps are definitely up, and times might be slightly slipping, so might see some differences there.
Huge. No, and we were talking about that the last 2 run groups. In the morning, though it was muggy, I know you were here, you felt it. It was 64 degrees, but it was a dirty 64, you know. It was very moist outside. But the temperature's only gone up. But even then, a lot of these competitors in the lower classes have still continuously picked up time, because unlike, I know you're friends with Life Motorsports, unlike Cole Powelson, who the car is dialed in, he just wants to lay a lap, a lot of these competitors are still making setup changes, a little bit of shock change, a little bit of tire pressure change, and we've seen people still set their fastest lap time. The car that we're both looking at the most, and we'll see him in a few run groups, is going to be Cole Powelson and Cameron Lawrence. That McLaren set a 2:01, fastest time ever in competition here at Super Lap. Cole Powelson at a 2:06, and then Ferris Kartoumi, who had an issue with this car, was not able to finish more than 1 lap, is going to come back out and try to set a flyer. So I don't know if you follow Ferris. He is a local Texas man. I'm sure you do. There's not anyone on the planet that doesn't follow Ferris right now. But I think he has the ability, if the car stays together as he pleases, to be the first person to break the 2-minute barrier.
Definitely very excited. Wonderful cars, wonderful competitors, and of course, definitely keeping an eye on some of those locals. Cameron Lawrence. Oh no, we've got 1 car off there. Who's that?
You know, that looks like Jeffrey Ting, but it is Jeffrey Ting. He's actually reset the enthusiast record. He's reset the enthusiast front-wheel drive record, and he is about a 1.5 seconds from the enthusiast overall that actually Jonathan Wheeler in his 370Z has set at this event. He's going to be the second person to stop on that side. Now, it feels like a good idea. You've raced here enough times, though. That's probably not the best place to stop because it's an impact zone. Someone comes through turn 1 a little hot, gets sideways, it'd be very easy to make contact right there. So they're definitely going to yellow flag turn 1.
Yeah, sometimes things happen, cars fail, especially if it's an electrical issue. Some things are out of our control, right? But we do, as drivers, we do what we can. We do what we can in control in terms of getting the car safely into a position to get the car off track, especially in terms of not stopping a session or slowing a session.
Well, and the best thing about this track, and I think I've harped on it way too many times, I'm going to continue to, the safety crew here at COTA is impeccable. They're the best in the industry, so even if they have to get a car off track, it's some of the fastest I've ever seen in my life.
Speaking of which, all the safety crew members at this point, we're best friends.
I was going to laugh about that. I had to ask you to move your GTR yesterday. Not anything negative. She was blocking me, obviously. But no, I just had to ask her to move it a little bit out of a fire lane. And the safety crew comes up and knows her name. And I'm like, well, that's either someone that's broken down too many times at COTA or hangs out here too much. And it's probably a combination of the two, I'm guessing.
There's a few people that you need to be nice to here at Circuit of the Americas. 1, safety crew members. 2, flagging and communications, and then of course race control. And everybody here at Circuit of the Americas works so hard. They are some of the best in the industry, and they are wonderful people. They really take care of you out here.
No, and I agree 100%. And like every safety crew, they actually put themselves in harm's way. If you'll notice, any race, and this isn't a professional race being televised, okay?
Right.
They're doing this because it's their job. They block the competitor's car. So if something does happen, the safety vehicle takes the impact, not the competitor. And they're putting themselves in harm's way. And though it's very sad, I never like talking about sad things, you really got to respect these people, because these people do get injured across the country. Us as competitors, we want to set the fastest lap times, but we want to respect people that are going out of their way for us. So the sad thing is Jeffrey Ting did do that on the first flyer. The only people that got clean laps were going to be Jeremy Lauder, Anthony Pearson, and Matt Davis. The rest had to really slow down in turn 1. So whatever's going on there, they're going to get him towed away. We're only about 5 minutes into this session. We run 20-minute sessions, so there's a good chance these people will get another flyer. And let's talk about you for a minute as we have cars slowing down.
Sure.
How does it work now that, let's say you finished your GLTC race near the back? Is it a reverse grid? Do they stack it in the middle? Where do you end up in the second race?
So I think, forgive me because I am very new to Grid Life GLTC.
We're holding you to this. There's no forgiveness.
Oh gosh. So as far as I know, it goes by lap time. So lap time will grid the next race. Did you hear about race number 2 and how fantastic it's going to be, by the way?
I believe it's going to be like the first race year they race here. It's a standing start, correct?
It's a Formula One standing start.
And unlike, see, this time it's going to be more jittery here. So let me tell you, because I've been blessed to be here with this. The last few times they did a standing start, you know what they did? They did a formation lap afterwards. This time when you grid, the lights drop. So you don't even get time to catch your breath anymore. The second you grid, they're dropping the lights. So I think that's a great equalizer, though, because if you're great in your car and great on the launch, you can get 2-3 spots on the launch. And you know as well as anybody, when you're a power to weight class, the car behind you may be setting faster laps, but you got to get past them to do so.
Absolutely. I mean, I've got goosebumps here talking about it and thinking about tomorrow's start. I'm so excited.
So here we got, let's check in with Les while they're taking care of this safety crew. Les, what do you got going on down there? Who are you talking to now?
All right, you know what? We're having a lot of fun talking about drifting. Going to share some of what's going on over here. Go up and check this out.
We also have the Texas Drift Academy. They just pulled back up in 350Z. They're getting ready to take some more people out. So, you got any questions?
All righty. There you go. You want to ride along in that? Come on over, folks.
Hey, thank you so much, Les. It's, I hate to say it, but I'm starting to think that I need to bring Les to the tower and I got to go back out there. I thought I had the fun job, and I did have the fun job for a long time, and then here we are. I'm stuck upstairs, and Les is out there at the drift paddock. So Les and I are going to have a conversation. Him and Haley can talk. You and Les know each other, so it wouldn't even be a problem.
Yeah, Les and I are good friends.
So let's go ahead and go back to this really quick. It does look like they are still working to get him off. Whatever issue he had, it is probably catastrophic because there's a flatbed involved. Sad but true, these things do happen. Right now, Jeremy Lauder is a 2:27.253. He has the fastest time of this session. With that being said, I'm not sure if that is his personal fastest time, but I know that he has a 2:27.043 is his fastest. So he's about 0.2 off, but to think about, he's only 0.2 off his fastest in weather that's probably 10 degrees higher than it was before. He probably had plenty left in that car.
Yeah, I think there's some more juice there.
This right here is every time attacker's worst nightmare. Not that he has a broken car, that a flatbed has to come out, because a flat toe is done like this, but a flatbed is a guaranteed 5 to 8 minute ordeal. But as you can see, they have some of the nicest flatbeds out here. It's really easy to get a low car up on that.
Definitely, and not just safety, but also speed here at Circuit of the Americas. The safety crew, the safety team are fast, efficient, and very safe. So they'll get them off there safely, take care of him quickly, and we'll be back to racing here very soon.
Good thing for most people here is that everyone knows this is the last session of the day, so they're not going to be too concerned about losing a couple laps in their run group, mainly because it's almost 90 degrees. It is 89 degrees outside. It probably feels like 93, 94. So they want to be out there. They want to do their laps, but no one is banging their head against the wall because they're missing the rest of this session. This is Group 3, Session 4, so we still do have Group 2 and Group 1 left. Group 1 being the fastest. Now, as most people will know, you're here with Life. The Group 1 guys, especially in this weather, if they're going out, they want to do one lap. They don't want to put the wear and tear on the vehicle. They don't want to put the wear and tear on the tires. Farrah specifically told me, I'm going out there and I'm setting a flyer, and then we'll come back tomorrow with the heat. So
absolutely.
I think what's going to be the most exciting is waiting for that first lap of that Group 1 session.
Very exciting indeed. They're just going to put it down one lap, and then they'll come back tomorrow and see what they can do, especially in the cooler temps in the morning.
Well, and it's going to be, look, I don't like to speak out of turn, and I've looked at it 5 times, so you think I would remember this by now.
Don't jinx this weather in the morning.
I'm not, but if you were to happen to look at the forecast tomorrow, you would see that the first session starts with a little bit of sun. It's 61 degrees. That's a perfect track day.
Gorgeous, yeah. Track temps will be nice and warm there with surface temperature, and the air temperature will be lovely and cool for the cars.
Well, it's really funny because 2 weeks ago, we looked at the weather and it said it was going to rain. That's why we were happy. Because you know for a fact, if 2 weeks in advance it says it's going to rain, it's not going to happen. Weather people aren't that accurate.
Definitely. All the Grid Life crew were chattering away there in the hopes, praying to the car gods, if you will, trying to keep the rain at bay, and it looks like it paid off.
Yeah, we all knew it wasn't going to rain. No weather forecaster has ever been correct about 2 weeks in advance. It's like they're rolling the dice and using tarot cards, okay? Now, mad respect to that job, I understand, it's a difficult one, but us racers, we see a forecast for rain 2 weeks in advance. We're like, this is great. It's going to be a good event. There is absolutely no chance of rain coming out.
And I think that's why some drivers even have two sets, right? They'll have a set of slicks and a set of street tires. You never know.
Well, and there are a couple unlimited competitors that came with rains, actual rains. Now, it's hard, though, because you can't put a set of rains on if it's raining lightly, right? You're just going to destroy the rains. The compound is 10 times softer than any slick, and you need real rain to use rain. So I know there's a few competitors that brought them and were hoping it was going to rain the whole time. They're like, this is a win for us.
And some people enjoy driving the rain. Some drivers are better in the rain or put down their fastest laps in the rain.
Equalizer. It's the great equalizer, weather. But to be fair, that's true in wheel-to-wheel racing. We do not ever want to see bad weather in time attack. We don't want someone to lose or win because they happen to have something someone else didn't. Now, yeah, a W is a W, but at the end of the day, every one of these competitors is going to tell you the same thing. They wanted to win because they won. They didn't just want to win because Jeff blew his motor up, or Jonathan lost a wheel bearing, or, I brought tires that work in the rain and you don't. Even though that's planning, and in my opinion, that's your fault. But they want to win because they were the better driver.
Sure. Some people might call that strategy or part of strategy.
Well, yeah, you got to be smart. I'm sorry. It's a win is a win, my friend. But it still feels good. Everyone will tell you, you watch enough stuff with sports, they'll tell you, we didn't want to take that win, but we will take that win because at the end of the day, a W is a W. And you can actually see in the background there a tram. I know that you've been here a couple years, so unlike Tiffany, who I had up here before, she's her first year here. You've come here the last 2 years just to spectate, right? You were here in 2020, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, the first year I came out here as a spectator just to kind of scout out, if you will, Super Lap Battle. I have been a passionate follower of Global Time Attack and Super Lap Battle. It's been a dream to ever even think about competing out here at Circuit of the Americas with Super Lap Battle. And I came out here as a spectator and then finally put it down last year as a competitor with Global Time Attack, and then this year with Grid Life.
No, that's great. So it's an easier question to ask you. You've seen the car fields. Obviously, this is the biggest field we've ever had, 75 cars, GLTC 30 to 35 wheel-to-wheel competitors. But let's throw those numbers away. How do you feel about 2 years ago, last year, now, as far as the field, the spectators, the cars, the numbers? How does this feel to you?
I love that this sport and this fan base is growing. It's absolutely fantastic that all these fans come out here to support the drivers, the cars, the teams, and the series. It's wonderful to see everybody here and shake hands with you all. To be stopped and ask for an autograph is quite humbling, that's for sure.
Well, and that's the thing, it sounds silly to some people. I've actually been asked that, like, why are these people giving autographs? But what a lot of people don't understand is you have been a fan for a long time. You're new into actually doing it, right? People have been following some of these drivers for almost a decade. Truth be told, Bucky Lassek's out here, okay? You could just want his autograph because he's Bucky Lassek. I've met him a few times because he likes cars. I'm blessed. But Ferris, Amir, Brett Dickey, who has won his class in World Time Attack, and he's podiumed in World Time Attack multiple times. These are people to be respected. These are, 10 years from now, you want to be like, yeah, I was at Super Lap. Here is his signature on this poster. And if you don't see it that way, trust me, I'm okay with that. A lot of people didn't see a lot of sports that way, but these fans are excited. When I went by that autograph session, I didn't even know what to think, to be honest with you. There was a line, and your pit is right across from it, okay? So you saw it. Yep. There's a line out the door, then down the garages, and I just like, oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, I remember last year someone came in with a very expensive helmet and made everybody sign a helmet, you guys. It was it was just very humbling experience. For me, it was Cole Powelson and Life Motorsport with Sydney, their beautiful Time Attack GTR. I mean, I've been such a fangirl over that car and that team for a long time, and just to watch that team travel and do wonderful things in the motorsport industry. I'm such a fangirl. I mean, I'm still fangirling hard over here.
I get fangirl harder. I remember when they showed up with Frank for the first time when they were Raceco. They showed up at a Global Time Attack event in Chuckwalla. It was 109 million degrees. We ended the event at noon every day because the track was melting. A few people got heat stroke. But that was the first time we met Cole, and he's been part of our family since. So trust me, I'm with you on that one, okay? He's the best smile in Time Attack. He's a great advocate for the sport, and he's going back to Australia again with Sydney, Sydney's never been up Pikes Peak, but Frank has. Frank has in both GTR spec, and he almost went off the mountain. Just take a minute and look up a video of Cole almost going off the mountain. It's terrifying. It's gone up with a diesel engine. It did not make it to the top last year, but I promise you it will. And now everything that Cole is doing, just for motorsports in general, with the Sierra cars, with him still making sure, him and Kyle Schick, I mean, people don't talk about Kyle enough, but man, Kyle Schick is the brainchild, okay?
Yes.
Without Kyle, there is no Sydney. Without Kyle, there is no program. So the love that we have for these guys, that they always make it a point to come to these events, it's you just can't get upset about it.
And they're so humble too. So humble. Kyle is so quiet and humble, and he's just sort of like in the background. And
Cole is not humble. He'll tell you he's the best dancer at the party.
I believe it. I've seen his moves.
He'll tell you he's the best dancer. He may be humble in the race car, but he will tell you he'll outdance you anytime, and I'm telling you right now, he will.
I believe it.
Here we are. So this is nearing the end of Group 3, Session 4. A few drivers did go back out. They probably have time to finish this warm-up and set one more flyer, so we'll see if Jeremy Lauder can go out there, set a lap a little bit faster. And I've been saying this joke all day, and it's the worst dad joke in the world, but he took his name too seriously because that car is louder than any other Camaro here.
Oh, the puns.
It is, though. Have you heard this thing going down the front straight? It's ridiculous.
It's wicked. It's wicked.
Now, to be fair, it's not as loud as Cable's Viper. That's the best sounding car here. I'm going to be biased for 5 minutes. I absolutely adore Cable and his Viper, so it sounds incredible. Now, to competitors out here, every time I see the Link logo, it reminds me. Any competitor here, remember, Link is here. If you have questions, if you're trying to upgrade your system, talk to them. To any fan that's trying to get in the series. I have Haley up here who was a fan, who's now racing in series. You have to understand that there is no I'm not good enough or I don't know enough. You start at the bottom and you work your way up. Everyone here has put in the hard work. All it takes is that first step. Take that first step, talk to some competitors. If you're an entry-level competitor and you're trying to make your program better, talk to Garrett Advancing Motion. Talk to Link ECU. They're here for you guys. They want to see you guys succeed. They put money into this series and into all of our competitors because they believe in it. Be someone and believe in yourself that you can come out here and make this happen.
I love that you said that. Absolutely. Believe in yourself. Make it happen.
I can also give you motivational tapes. I'll give you my PayPal if you'd like. I can make those motivational tapes anytime.
Are you making T-shirts too?
No, they don't make them in my size.
Talk to me about Forrest Windecker. How's he been doing?
You know, he hasn't been doing that many laps. Let's take a look at what he's looking like right now. So Forrest is running a 2:31.758 right now. His fastest time of the event, that is his fastest time of the event. So he's actually started to pick it up.
Fantastic.
He was in the 2:32, 2:33 range.
Okay.
And I knew that the car had more because you could tell that his laps were getting faster, but I think he was making small mistakes. Is he a friend of yours? Do you know him as a driver?
So last year, I had the pleasure of being next to Forrest and playing with him out on track. And so just have a lot of respect for Forrest and his race shop as well. So just keeping a close eye on him and his Supra, and noticing that his lap times look to be dropping down in time. And I'm actually really excited to see what he does in the morning with the cooler temps.
Absolutely, and I believe he has in the past at some point ran a 2:27 here.
Fantastic.
He has a merge time of 2:27. That means that at some point you have run this time, or it is a time that you have sectors that prove you can get there, right? You know, no one's coming in and saying they're running 2 flats and they're running 250s, okay? So, but he was in the high 230s to begin with. Now, I feel like everyone else, you get that first session jitters, you know, and though it was cool outside, it was muggy, so the track was a little greasy. I think people overestimated how good the track would be in the first session. So as a whole, though, every session he's gone out, he's dropped his time. So his fastest time before this session was absolutely a 2:32.120. Now he's at a 2:31.758. This man has a 20s in him, no problem. If he still has a fresh set of tires and he comes out in one of the first 2 sessions tomorrow, I think we're going to see some fast lap times out of him.
Brilliant. So we'll keep our eyes on Forrest Windacker tomorrow in that beautiful Supra and see what he can put down.
Yeah, it does look like the only 2 cars that didn't set a lap time were both Jeffrey Ting. Obviously, he got towed off. And Gregory Formosa, he is in that Evolution 10, the one that everyone knows. I don't have to go too deep into it, the one with the livery. With the
beautiful livery.
There you go. I always forget what to call it, and then people are going to tell me you named it wrong. So I just said the beautiful livery with the girl on the side.
Yes.
But Greg is killing it right now. Greg as a whole, he is leading all-wheel drive, if I'm not mistaken, but let's take a look. He is doing a 2:35.652. So Greg, he actually goes across the states with GTA. He's been to every track that GTA has been to. So I think that's going to be a win right there. We didn't see Jonathan Wheeler go back out, but he is leading with both the record and leading enthusiast class as a whole. So he's probably trying to save his car for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Greg is a fantastic competitor too. He is actually, believe it or not, on last year's tires, I do believe. So if he's putting down some new record times, he's actually improved himself as a driver. That's amazing.
Well, I don't think he's quite there yet. The enthusiast all-wheel drive record actually is owned by Jensen Little and an Evo. His time last year was faster than this, but he is still staying very competitive. I'm not sure if he showed up with new tires, but I don't think he did because the tire shortage hurt everybody. Yokohama is the tire sponsor and the spec tire of the series, but due to shipments, I mean, everyone is still going to hate the words due to COVID, but there are ramifications that are long-term. Anyone who's been trying to buy a standalone ECU can tell you that if you bought a Motec in the last year, it's a year before you see it. You know, I see it every day at work. People are trying to get statuses on orders and, you know, hey, they're shipping out. I don't know when, but they're shipping out. Same thing is true with tires. And at some point, the world will normalize again. So Greg is in a position where there isn't that many enthusiast class tires in 255, and he cannot find a set of those tires again. So he's like, I got to use these to the best of my ability.
Well, he's definitely taken advantage of that.
He did bring a spet. He did bring a set of another tire brand that I believe he's going to do tomorrow. Obviously, you can't run 2 days here at COTA with the same tires and expect to be competitive. Okay, here's the question of the day. Did you know who Riley Reed was before you saw his car here?
No, I did not.
Man, Riley, I'm sorry. I guess I'm the only fanboy you have on the internet here. No, Riley his car was at SEMA. He became super famous with that 8-to-1 header design. It was all over the internet when he first built it, and it was at SEMA. Obviously, he built the suspension himself. He built the whole car himself. And if you're gonna fangirl Life Motorsports, I'm gonna fangirl Riley Reed's car, okay? Because number one, he has been dropping lap times left and right. He's in the 226s or 225s now. His first lap of the event was a 245, okay? And I've been blessed to talk to Amir about it because you know the owner and creator of the car is always gonna tell you the same thing. The car drives great. But I talked to Amir, who's driven his car, and he says, man, it would blow your mind how well this car drives. I think his exact words were, it drives like a Miata with power, which is terrifying because Miatas drive amazing. So if it drives like that, that's got to be one of the best cars to drive out here.
Wait, so you're saying a momentum car with power?
Absolutely, and a great wheelbase.
That's fantastic.
While these cars are going out, getting their warm-up laps going, let's go ahead and check in with Les. He has just been traveling through the entire paddock. Les, where are you now?
You know the track really well. Janetta LMP, tell us about it.
It's a first gen LMP3, use it for endurance racing, sprint racing, then came out to Dakota to support Jason and the crew at GTA. So
Fantastic. What are you looking towards for a time this weekend?
hopefully a 205, which I think we'll get tomorrow morning.
There's a lot of people cutting on that rope right there, so good luck with it. Jason Chin, watch him in this LMP.
Thanks a lot, Les. Like I said, he is really having a blast out here. So that was Jason Chin. This is his Janetta LMP3. Any local here in Texas will know the name Jason Chin. He's the owner of Chin Track Days. He has driven at COTA probably more than anybody on this paddock, unless you've been racing here for a long time. And it's pretty wild if you really think about it. We have a Janetta LMP3 here, and then we have Jensen Little in another LMP3. Now, the difference being, if I'm not mistaken, and someone can go ahead and correct me later, but Jason Chin's car is at the spec power of what the Janetta LMP3 would have, where Jensen Little put an entire electronics package in his car. It's turned up a little bit, and you can tell by the lap times. And Jensen Little's been with us since the beginning. He raced his NC Miata the first year, had the third fastest time, raced his Evo the next year, had the fastest time, and still holds the enthusiast all-wheel drive record. Jensen Little is a name that is not only known in motorsports from his time in Grand Am, also known because of his NC, because of the knowledge he brings, but is known here at Super Lap Battle because, one, he's a great guy, and two, he is a fast driver. So on camera right now, we have the car 187 owned by Corey Rowan and Lawrence Yun. I may have been incorrect on that, actually. I think I got some false information. Let me find out what car we have on camera. It may be the John McInnes car right here, but once I get an answer for you, I'll let you know. We'll let you listen to that car around track.
Oh no, it looks like we have car number 188 off there. Do you know anything about? Oh,
yeah, you can see it actually. He lost a wheel.
Oh no.
He lost a wheel. So car 188 is a longtime competitor, George Zhao. I know you're pretty new to GTA. He comes from Washington. He runs the Ridge with us every year. And this is definitely not something that anyone wants to see. Losing a wheel on track is violent. You lose all momentum, the car whips around. I can say I'm very happy that he kept it out of the tires, he kept it out of the wall. Whatever happened, it's something that no one ever wants to feel, and it's hard to believe that it's because they didn't torque the wheels. I see all these teams. Could be something as simple as a wheel bearing failure, a lug nut failure, and it really sucks because it happens so quickly. I have been in a car that has lost a wheel on the freeway, and people are like, "What? You didn't feel it?" And it went from perfect to wobbling for 1 second to gone. So it's not a case of I didn't know or I didn't feel it. And George is a seasoned driver, okay? He knows what he's doing. If he felt anything out of whack, he'd have pulled the car off to the side immediately.
Sure, and it looks like they are black flagging the session, guys, so stay safe out there, bring the cars in, and we'll make sure that he's safely brought in on off track.
All right, so I finally got the scoop, guys, and I'm going to blame myself because I know this sticker on the hood, and I feel dumb for not knowing it. The in-car is Johnny Hernandez, so they're going to black flag this session. Johnny is a California native. He is very well versed on taking podiums in street class. He is sitting in a podium spot right now, so he's going to come in. We're going to try to make sure that this camera stays in the car because I would love to take a lap around Circuit of the Americas in Johnny's STI. You are a motorsports person. You probably see a million STIs everywhere you go. But his is so clean, it's simple, and it just works. he's built a car that just works, and his engine package has been in the car, I believe, for 5 years.
Wow, that's saying a lot. I mean, I don't want to make any Subaru jokes here.
It's not a joke if it's factual.
Well, that's awesome. Hopefully they can get him off track on quickly and safely, and then we can get back to some racing.
There is fluid down here, so they're using oil dry right off the rip. Now, it's hard to think. This is a rear engine car, so if I'm going to give you an opinion, he lost a wheel and the oil pan slammed into the ground.
I hate to see it. I really hate to see
it's what I think happened, and no one wants to think that, but as you can see, he obviously came to a stop very quickly. You can see skid marks coming to him. We're going to assume those are his, but that is a lot of fluid on the floor, and it looks, if we could just get a little bit of a closer look, I bet you if we look at that wheel, it still has lug nuts connected to it.
I bet you it does too. And I've seen it multiple times out here in COTA. It's not, the first time we've seen this with a car. I just hope that, he's okay and, get that car off the track, and I don't know if it's fixable for tomorrow.
I would highly doubt it, but what's more important is I hope he can get it home. We have finally taken Tiffany out of her prison for not knowing time attack well enough. Tiffany's in the pits. Let's see what you got going on over there, Tiffany. Who are you talking to?
I'm here with Eric Cattell. Eric, tell me, how have the conditions been for you out there today?
So it's been a little greasy today, but the hybrid racing Super Touring Civic has been doing great. We finished the first race in P5, started 5th, moved up to 4th, finished 5th. So in my opinion, that's a good result for today. I'm batting a lot of Corvettes, which got a lot more power than I do. So I got the light car, light horsepower, kind of good handling formula, and all the vets are the straight line. And I had Luke in the last lap, but he ended up passing me into the brake zone and finished 5th. But yeah, overall, I'm extremely pumped. Love this track, love this event. Super Lap Battle is awesome. And just wanted to thank all my sponsors for helping me out this weekend.
Anyone in specific you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, specifically Hybrid Racing. All the guys are here to help me out this weekend, and got a lot of new partners. Race Spread. I have Paddock Old Boys helping me out this year. Hawk Racing. It's a lot to list, but all the people helping out, they know, and I appreciate them for all the support, because this event, this racing, it's tough. There's constant development, and you always got to kind of stay on your toes to keep up with the field. So this is the second season of this car. I built it last year, and now I'm kind of fine-tuning it, and I think it's finally getting up to the front of the pack, and I'm having a blast racing. That's all I want.
We're having a blast watching you. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Back to you.
Hey, thank you so much, Tiff. Glad to hear. That's one of the great competitors right there of Grid Life Touring Cup, Mr. Eric Cattell. He's well known. I've seen him win races over the years. There's been articles written about him all over the interwebs. It is going to be a while, though. Let's talk for a second about this. We know for a fact that this group and session may be pushed a little bit because they have to get this car up on the actual tote, and then they have to get it out, and then they have to clean up all the fluid. We're not saying this is going to take 20, 30 minutes. This is the COTA crew, but they're not a bunch of amateurs that are going to try to damage this car either. They're going to try to get it up safely, quickly, with doing the minimal amount of damage possible.
Absolutely, and especially with time attack cars and front splitters and aero, they are very delicate, very careful, and very respectful about these cars.
So you've seen Riley's car in person, right? That Pontiac, it's about an inch off the floor.
Very low.
Okay, so
very
he
low.
broke down in practice. A suspension component, not failed, but had an issue.
I saw him come in, yeah.
Yeah, they got that on the tow truck without damaging it.
It was absolutely amazing watching that thing come off the tow truck too. They were flawless.
That's what I'm saying. So if you can get Riley's car on and off a tow truck, I'm pretty sure they can move anything.
Yeah, the COTA team here are fantastic.
Now, obviously, you all see the fluid on the ground. You're thinking, oh, man, this is off track. It doesn't matter. Let's say a driver goes wide. We don't want the driver hitting this and then spinning out and crashing. They're going to make sure that it's clean. The gas cans that they're holding have oil dry on them. It's a fluid they put on the ground. If you want to think of it as something you could buy, it's like a kitty litter style fluid, right? It sucks all of the moisture out of the ground. That's what you see them use on any professional race series. Anytime someone blows up, if you've seen restarts and IMSA and all that, where they're driving through powder and it looks like smoke in the air, this is what they're driving over. Now they're going to have to go ahead and probably use a couple of these fuel cans worth, and then they'll sweep it around. It'll soak it all up, and then we'll be live again. It won't be too big of a deal.
Yeah, we'll be back to racing here very shortly.
Well, while they're taking care of this, we're going to make Tiffany walk the paddock some more. But while Tiffany's walking the paddock, we're going to send it to Les. I believe Les is with the AMG GT3 car, the homologated one. Les, how's it going down there? What's going on?
All right, as I was mentioning earlier, the AMG is one of the best chassis for this track. We got to talk to Mark Austin. Mark Austin, you got a fantastic coach and a fantastic platform here. Tell us what's going on for you.
I'm lucky. We were just back here trying to get ready for race season and having fun. This is one of the best events of the year. Everybody has a great time, and we're just kind of building things up slow. And we got the race with Lone Star Racing, and obviously Andreas is here too, helping us out. So I couldn't get more support. So
hey, yeah, Andreas has been around. I don't think there's anybody that's coached more laps on this track than Andreas around here. But tell us specifically about your car. This is one that's actually pretty dead nut reliable.
it is. You can just go out and turn laps in this car. It's amazing, and I have the best guys in the world that are actually preparing it. So they actually won the Indy 8 Hour last year with a car that's the sister car to this. So couldn't be any luckier and more blessed to have the guys that I get to ride with. And I don't know what other car you'd want.
Yeah, I'm not one to argue about that, but it actually is. It's excellent. Love the livery. Joker's wild here. Yeah. This is awesome. Takes a little craziness to run on this course.
It does. That Joker, special story with my main helmet that I wear for race days, was painted by Jesse James, and I said I want a cool Joker, and then it went crazy, because Jesse always gets crazy.
Well, there you go, Jesse James representing right here. Well, thanks a lot, Mark. Good luck. I know you're about to go out.
All right.
See you again.
Thanks.
All right, Les. Hey, thank you so much for that. It's so nice to see these competitors out here doing a killer job. It's, you know, at the end of the day, these competitors out here are doing just so much work, and it's great to see these guys coming out here, putting in the work and doing the time. You know what I mean? So these guys are going to get back on track. It does look like we're going to get a little bit of time for this run group to push it and go a little bit further, you know. So the biggest thing is no one wants to lose run time over this. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this thing going, and I'll go ahead and leave this to you. You can go ahead and call these cars as they come out. They're gonna go ahead and go out soon. From what I can tell, I don't know if Johnny Hernandez's car is still out there or not. Do you see the silver STI?
I don't see a silver STI yet.
Oh man, I hope he goes out there. I truly do. I do see here that looks like Tim Shepner in the Evo 9. I see Brett Dickey in the Project Import S2000.
And real quick, I did see that Mad Joker Racing just had a chat there with Les, and I just want to take a second to congratulate Mad Joker Racing on kicking off their season with SRO at Race Sonoma. That's absolutely fantastic.
Hey, and we're going to send it down to Les while these cars start their hot laps. Les, what do you got there?
All righty. Hey, you know, there's a lot of drivers here that haven't been on this track. So when I get to talk to them and try to get some tips, I don't have many, but this guy has them all. Andreas, welcome back. You're one of the highest pedigree driving coaches around COTA. How are you working here?
Well, I mean, I'd love to work over here with all the drivers, all kinds of drivers, regardless of the level, and work in their habits. You know, I'm a big proponent of, you know, good habits, bad habits, regardless of where that line is. The line not always could be perfect, but when the habit is great, the lap could be there at all times. Consistency is number one and paramount for me, as well as safety. So typically when I'm looking at that, I go one corner by corner, step by step, right? Looking at all those habits, making sure that every good habit becomes a consistent habit. From there, the lap times just come in easily.
Mario Andretti said that the first 4 corners are the most important thing here. Do you agree with Mario?
100%, 100%. It sets basically the pace of the entire lap, especially going into the S's, coming out of turn 2, out of 1, into 2, through 2, and 3 and 4 are basically where the lap is.
All right, there was some free coaching right there. Andreas, thanks a lot. Great work here. We appreciate everything you do for all of us that are enthusiasts out here.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you everybody for being here. It's an amazing show. First time that I'm here in this particular event.
We're going to go ahead and start their flyers. As soon as we start getting some lap times on the board, we'll get them out there for you. Looks like we got Mr. McInnes at a 12:31, guys. Hey, they're starting their flying laps. These guys have been in the pits, so obviously anyone that doesn't know what's going on, you're going to see like 13, 14, 15-minute laps. Unlike wheel-to-wheel races, there's no timing and scoring in the pit lane. You know what I mean? So if they did a full lap, right, and then they had to come in immediately after, it sucks. So they're going to come in, they're going to set their flyers. We sadly do not get to see the STI in-car, which is a little saddening, obviously. I would have loved to see Johnny Hernandez set a lap. But at the end of the day, let's see what kind of lap times we got going on.
I've got to tell you, it sounds pretty wicked to hear these cars coming down the front stretch of COTA.
No, it does. And, you know, hearing any kind of race car at full song is just incredible. You know what I mean? And it's so nice to see. Yeah, it's got a little wild. If you've been listening at all, you've heard me talk about how important it is to carry the speed down the back straight. And sometimes, well, Thomas Thompson right there probably carried a little too much. But sometimes you just get a little too antsy. You brake too late. And that right there is, 10+ mile an hour down the back straight that you cost yourself, plus the bad entry into the corner itself.
That, and this is the first lap. They're warming up their tires, warming up their brakes, and not trying to overcook things.
No, I agree 100%. And they're antsy, right? You started a session, and you had to come in during that session. You know what I mean? You started a session, and you're like, oh, I don't even get to set a lap time. So you come back to the hot pits, and you just want to go out there and you want to send it. Sometimes you just give it a little bit too much right foot.
Sometimes it's adrenaline and excitement too. Just being here at Circuit of the Americas is very exciting.
I mean, it's exciting even as from a non-competitor standpoint. The fans are excited, staff here is excited. There just is an excitement in the air. It's electric, where people are just happy to be here, taking photos. Just the amount of people walking up and down the pit lane during off times, the people behind the garages, everybody is just at an excitement level.
Definitely. I mean, some of the photographers that are walking around the paddock, that are all around the track, they put their heart and their soul and their passion and their energy into capturing some fantastic imagery and videography of everybody just putting down these killer laps on track.
No, absolutely. And this can tell you the temperature and maybe a little bit about the antsiness, but Gates and Moore's at a 218, but Eric Fleming has already ran a 215.
Wicked fast.
He's wicked fast everywhere he goes. He reset the limited rear-wheel drive record at Road Atlanta on 295 square, AO52s on the Z06. So this man really lays it down. So I'm not sure if he's trying to, get up to speed, or if it's more along the lines of he's going to finish these tires out. Yeah, nothing better than titanium skids on the bottom of a splitter.
That was beautiful, that S2000 there, all the sparks.
That right there is Brett Dickey driving the Project Import S2000, so that's the gentleman from Australia.
Oh, that was bloody gorgeous, mate.
Yeah, you're going to see this car at Pikes Peak also. So though obviously they're here to compete, they're also here to make sure the car is shook down and doesn't have any serious issues before they take it to Colorado.
Fantastic. I'm going to have to go and say hello and introduce myself.
There
I've
you
got family
go.
in Australia.
Fantastic. It's them, the Datsun 240Z. That's another vehicle that is a Pikes Peak car. You have Dussault, that beautiful Camaro. That is another Pikes Peak car. There are a lot of vehicles that, hill climb and time attack, they are separate but the same. You're building a car for a purpose of running something as quickly as possible. You're not racing other cars, you're racing the time. So they tend to meet up with each other. You see time attack competitors doing hill climb, you see hill climb competitors doing time attack. It's just really awesome for the sport.
As I'm watching these great drivers go around the track, I'm seeing a lot of respect, right? A lot of respect in their driving as competitors. They're very respectful in terms of they see somebody coming up, they're obviously on a flyer, they're letting them by. Just a lot of respect out there in terms of driving and putting down a great lap.
No, I agree 100%. And it's really nice to see, this entire run group is basically limited class cars and then one unlimited and exhibition. That's how close these run groups are. We don't put classes out there together. By the way, Eric Fleming just hit a 2:15.6.
Wow, that's amazing.
So his fastest time of the event was, I believe, 2:15.4, and the record is a 2:14.8.
He's getting closer.
Exactly. If he's done a 2:15.4 and the record's a 2:14.8, so That is very, very, very close right there. And to think he's, half a second or so off the record in this kind of weather, it makes you wonder what he's going to run tomorrow.
He's knocking on that door, and I think he might be. Barging through that door tomorrow. Oh, look at this beautiful Viper come down the front stretch here.
Ray Guerrero, he is another gentleman that's been competing in as many events as he possibly could. He competed in that car. He has a turbo Porsche he competed in also. So he's one of the guys that just wants to come out and drive. He doesn't care. What am I bringing to this event? We see the Viper more than anything. You know what I mean? But he's absolutely someone that just wants to go out and wants to send it.
That's fantastic. Love it.
Right now, like I just saw the Project Import S2000 coming in. It does look like they're still under green flag, though. They probably will get checkered at the end of this lap, if you ask my opinion. This is going to be the last laps of this run group before we go to Group 1. So hopefully we can see one more flying lap, or at least get the last flying lap out of these drivers, and then we can get these Group 1 cars out there. Quick shot of Tim Schepner here with a 228-109 in this session. This is absolutely a fan favorite car. I think I've said it probably 100 times at this point, but the car is gorgeous. Got a Voltex wide body on it. It's built to a very Japanese level of time attack, and he has a very strong engine package. He's just getting it all together, and the car is incredible.
He went by me in pit lane in the paddock there, and I said the same thing. I made the same comment. I mean, it made me stop in my tracks. So you have to respect that build. It was just a beautiful nod to JDM respect and class there. It was just fantastic to watch it go by.
No, I agree, and it's absolutely the kind of car you're just not used to seeing. There are a lot of great cars at every event. You've seen them all, but to see something that is just built to that level, where they didn't just care about building a fast car, they didn't just care about building a good-looking car, they cared about building a good-looking fast car. I just love to see it.
There's the checker. I see the checker flag being waved there.
Yep, this is going to be basically every single lap that they just finished is going to be the end of it. They're going to come around on a cooldown and then bring it on in. And we're going to end it with Group 1, Session 4. This is going to be their final run of the event. Group 1 obviously being the fastest of the cars. This is going to consist of the Cole Paulsons, the Cameron Lawrence, the Ferris Khartoumis. This is who we're going to see out here. Jason Chin, obviously, if he brings out his LMP, it's going to be Jensen Little and his LMP. I don't know if we're going to see some of the other cars, but we'll see. There is Mike Dussault in his Camaro, Brad Perkins. We have Jackie Ding, Ray Mort, Cable Rosenberg, Robert Thorne, Ernesto Puzeles. These are people who are all Group 1 drivers that have the ability to come out and set this lap time. Temperature hasn't changed. It's gotten a little more overcast. You can tell both on camera and just by looking out the window that it has become more overcast. But from what I can see, I see Cameron Lawrence. I do not see Life. I see Jason Chin. I see
Jackie in the distance, but
yeah,
I don't see him on grid.
I don't see exactly. It looks like he's just parked in front of his garage right now.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they're still got 5 minutes, so they're not being sent yet. People may be pulling up late. We'll take a look.
I'm very excited to finally see that LMP3 car make its way around Circuit of the Americas. That's just oh wow, what a wicked car.
That Mercedes-Benz GT3 Evo you see right there, that's actually Richard Luttrell in their Pro Comp car. That is another GT3 car. So that is a beautiful, beautiful car. What we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and send it to the SLB boss man himself. Probably going to have a quick conversation with Les about the event, what he's seen so far, and what we're expecting. Les, what do you got going on down there?
Alrighty, folks. Hey, I'm calling it a successful day, a safe day, a fun day, great weather. Boss, how'd we do?
Did good. Everybody did really good. I'm stoked. It's been a great day. Attendance is way up over from last year. As you can tell, a lot of people walking around. It's a real deal event is what it looks like to me out there, and I'm just really proud of everybody and thankful for everybody showing up today. Proud of the GLTC teams. Wheel-to-wheel action was awesome today. Stoked for the time attack teams, people laying down some real fast times. Of course, it's always a battle of attrition as well as some people that are having some issues, so there's going to be a lot of work being done tonight. But that's time attack racing.
Absolutely, it is a heartbreaker track. We know that. If you get to experience this distance and this type of G-force and everything that's going on with this track for this many 20 turns in one lap, that's exhaustive. Danica Patrick said she got lost about halfway through it. So, hey, it'll happen to the best of them out there. But you know what? Tomorrow, special day. We started off with Cars and Coffee over here. Our record is 2,000 cars in the Cars and Coffee taking place in this location. Lot A, if you're still out there, come in, join. But there's a special connection and a bonus for Cars and Coffee participants, right?
Definitely. The last couple times that they've had it here, and we're doing it again tomorrow, the people that buy the VIP parking at Cars and Coffee get a free ticket into the event tomorrow here. So spread the word about that. And come on in. We're going to send a few cars out there tomorrow around 8 o'clock in the morning or so, rev them up a little bit out there, kind of show them the time attack cars, and hopefully bring a bunch of people back in.
Fantastic. Boss, thanks again. Group One's headed out. We got a little bit more fun before we shut down for the day.
Back to Group 1 being sent out. This is going to be the final run group of this session. This is also going to be the final run group of the day. So after this, it's going to be garages closed. Drivers are going to spend the rest of the night figuring out what they have to do to perfect their setups and then go again.
Absolutely. It's about making sure that car is ready and set up for tomorrow's sessions, checking brakes, checking tires, checking fluids and everything else, making sure it's ready to rock and roll tomorrow.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And at the end of the day, that's all that really matters, that they have a car set up and ready to go again. They're going to try and set whatever lap time they can today, and then tomorrow morning do the same. I don't think I saw Ferris out there, so he may have decided to just hold off until tomorrow's early session to set that lap time. We don't know if the issue he had is going to be detrimental for the event, and maybe he only has a lap in him. But if that is the case, then he wants to give himself the opportunity to do it at the best condition possible. Now, who I did see there pull up towards the end before we went to Jason was Mike Dussault, so we do get to see that Camaro make a lap around here in anger also.
Looking forward to hearing that scream down the front stretch here at Circuit of the Americas. I know those fans up there in the grandstands are definitely ready to hear some wicked race cars rip down the front stretch.
No, absolutely. And it's crazy because where we're sitting maybe, I would say, 20 yards ahead of the start-finish line and maybe 30 yards away from the track, so we don't even get to hear them at full song. We hear them as they're starting to go through the gears. Imagine what they're hearing up near the top of the hill.
Imagine what they're feeling, too. I was just going to say, you're feeling it in your soul.
Absolutely. If you didn't catch a quick glimpse, Jackie Dink did go out on track. We saw him there for all of 0.5 seconds, but we did get to see him. So Jackie is leading street class. He is doing a great job. He himself is he's been through a journey to be here at this event this weekend. In case you didn't follow social media, he forgot his keys in Chicago. So when he got here to Texas, he had to send a teammate on a flight back to Chicago to pick up the car keys. So that was interesting at best.
And there we have the Rafa Racing team go down the front stretch here. I see the green flag out.
Oh, we do have Ferris behind him, by the way. So when we were talking to JD, it looks like Ferris went and snuck his way onto grid. So there's Ferris right behind him. So it's going to be Cameron Lawrence and Rafael Martinez in that beautiful McLaren, followed by Ferris Khartoumi in his car optics. Corvette Z06, and then Jason Chin in his Jannetta LMP3, followed by Mike DeSold in that beautiful 60s Camaro Pikes Peak car, and then Mark Austin in his AMG GT3.
The Mad Joker Racing Team. Again, congratulations on their entry to SRO. That's fantastic. Congratulations.
I will say that E46 M3 sounds LS powered. Tell me if I'm wrong, but that screamed LS to me.
The aero on that thing is amazing.
Is incredible. It does. It looks really good. Jackie Ding just starting his flyer. So you can see the speed here. Jackie Ding, 7th car on grid, just started his flyer, and both Ferris and Cameron Lawrence are on the back straight.
I do see Ferris creeping there on that McLaren.
I don't think it would be a fair straightaway race because the McLaren is not going to make the power that Ferris does. But that is just an incredible amount of front downforce Ferris has right there. Both these cars are incredibly fast. No one's going to question that. One being a purpose-built race car, the other one being a car that was built by Ferris to do this.
You know, I've got to have mad respect for any drivers out there that actually work on their own race cars, build their race cars, and put the passion behind their race cars. It's a lot of work.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not sure if Cameron had an issue or if he just saw that Ferris was really on a banker. I mean, the teams know what's going on. They know Ferris hasn't set a lap. They know he had a mechanical. So it's hard to say. You know, I'm not in the driver's shoes, but if it were me and I saw Ferris coming up on me that hard and I knew this may be his one lap, I'd probably get out of the way.
Again, this goes back to that mutual respect in time attack, right? Just being respectful out there and giving room. Oh, wow.
205, 212. That is slower than his record lap, but it is still a killer lap time. That would put him in first place in Unlimited.
Sounds wicked.
Yeah, it sounds great.
And here comes that McLaren. Look at this mutual respect, guys. That's fantastic in time attack to see.
Yeah, Ferris knows that if he got out of the way for him, that McLaren can set another lap. Ferris is not going to be able to go out there and do another lap in anger. So looks like Jason Chin with a 213, 262 also. He has just been progressively consistent in that car. Mike DeSold picking up at a 211, 080.
How's Mark Austin doing?
You know, let's take a look. Mark Austin was in let's see what his fastest lap of the event is.
There he goes down the front stretch at Circuit of the Americas. He's sounding good.
213, 258 has been his fastest lap. That was a 217. He set his fastest lap, I believe, in session 1 or session 2. So, and it was also, truth be told, his fastest lap was also his 3rd or 4th lap. So this is obviously an endurance racing car. You know, he as a driver probably comes into it. It comes into its own. It's not a time attack car, so it's not something where you see. There's Jackie Ding right there with a 217, 106, followed by Mark Austin with a 217, 609. Jackie was not trying to pass him. What happened is Mark went really wide, and Jackie was just trying to make sure that he gave him the room to get back on track.
Absolutely. We talked about that respect. You guys saw that point by, and then Jackie flashed his light saying thank you, but no thank you.
No, I set my lap. I'm good, 100%. I set my lap. No more concerns. This is another car that makes incredible power. If you ever have a chance to look at this thing in person, it's got a turbo the size of my head. And I got a big head.
I was going to make an ego comment, but I'll leave that one alone.
That's also valid. Okay, I respect it. I would think that my ego's bigger than that.
I'm really hoping that some of these photographers are catching the fantastic sparks that are coming from this aero. I mean, it's insane to see this stuff.
Well, and it's just awesome to see that, though a lot of this aero is professionally designed, you know, these teams are really branching out and having people design and build their aero. It's still done at a entry-level motorsport level. And the aerodynamics on these cars is functioning so incredibly well. There's Cameron Lawrence and Rafael Martinez with a 211, 784. Now, you know them better than me. Are they both driving the car this weekend?
I'm not too sure who's in the car right now. I'm not sure if it's Karen.
But are they sharing?
I do believe so, yeah. So Rafa is making his debut in racing. Rafa Racing is pretty much new in the paddock, and they've been doing really well in SCCA, and they just started here in Global Time Attack, so really excited to see them here in the paddock.
No, I mean, that's great. It's any time you have someone that's new to the passion, that's the most important thing there is, you know? So we have Jackie. I don't know if we're going to see Jackie lay another lap. Jackie, though it is a street class car, is very much the guy that's either going to do one or do a really, really big cooldown and do 2. Now, he's going to make the decision based on how he thinks the tires feel. Jackie's a very feels driver. You know, it doesn't matter if someone tells him the tires only have 1 left. If he thinks they have 2, he goes for 2. And I've seen him at many events set the faster time on that second one, no matter what anyone tells him.
Oh, looks like Jackie is pulling off here. I'm not sure what's going on, but Jackie has pulled off.
Did it look like he pulled off track or just out of the way?
Pulled off track. We are off track.
You know, I'm going to say Jackie Ding, no big deal. Jackie, you'll be fine. We have not seen much issue out of the A90. I'll just say this right now. Anyone who has followed Jackie Ding long enough knows that he has been part of Time Attack in the A90 world since the A90 came out. He was really well known for his Honda S2000. If you follow, I don't know how long you've been part of the sport, but man, he showed up on the field in his S2000 and he was wild. He'll admit it, he was a crazy driver back then, and he has matured in ways that I couldn't even explain to you. But he got the first A90, he ran into every problem an A90 driver could have. Traction control issues, car going to limp mode, not turning on. I can talk about Jackie for days, but instead of doing that, I'm going to cut to Les. Les, what do you got going on down there?
All righty. What you're seeing now is strategy. These guys, Jason Chen just came in for some cool down. He's looking for a gap to go out, turn a clean lap, a fast and clean lap. He's off and running. Let's watch this.
It does look like he was just coming in to check tires. I mean, that's always the question when you see these LMP cars. Is he going back out? Well, you know Jason Chen better than me. He seems like the kind of the guy that just likes to drive.
Yeah, he's definitely a driver's driver. So it looks like he was checking tire pressures there, and then he's hopping back out here, see what he can do, maybe get down another lap.
Oh, no, absolutely. And, you know, he knows as well as the rest of us that this is his last chance to set laps in anger for today. You know, speaking of which, Mike has not gone off the track. He has just been doing lap after lap. Some people say that Pikes Peak cars aren't built to a way to be able to go fast all the time because they're low-speed cars. They're lower gear cars, and then you got Mike Sol out here like, yeah, I'm going down the back straight at 6 gear wide open, 5 laps every session, no big deal.
Just lap after lap.
The quality of the build is huge, the reliability of the build. I think that's the most important thing. I was talking to Brett Dickey, who is driving the Project Import S2000, and he says the same thing. Like, they want to go fast, but they also want to know that the car is reliable. And it's not the first time they're going up Pikes Peak. That vehicle has gone up Pikes already with Brett in it. Okay, so they had to skip a year due to a few things, and now they're going back up there, and they really want to prove a point. And that team, as a team, has proven year in and year out that you throw it at them, and they will figure it out and do it. And I think that's probably one of the most impressive things. They've had other people drive the car when Brett couldn't come in the country to make sure that testing happened. You know, it's whatever it takes to make sure that the car is ready and the team is ready for the big events like this one.
Yeah, that's really neat. It's all about the industry and pushing those boundaries, and yeah, mad respect. That's awesome.
Oh, absolutely. And I got to give mad respect to Ferris. It's the first lap he's been able to actually set in anger, and he did a 2:05. No, that is not Ferris's car for anyone that was paying attention. These cars look so similar. Ferris has started a trend, okay? Ferris has ruined Time Attack in the best way possible. I hope he heard exactly what I said, okay? Ruined in the best way possible, because pushrod V8s as a whole, you didn't see them much. You saw Corvettes on and off, by the way. When pushrods were allowed, you saw Corvettes here, Corvettes there, but they never became the thing. And then the very first Super Lap battle happens. Ferris wins his class. It's limited class. The winner received a Garrett turbocharger, right? So what does Ferris do? He reaches out. Can I get another one? And that was it. Here we are, okay? Here we are. Now Ferris twin turboed his car, went to Unlimited, and every year has just continued to develop it more and more. I think that's the epitome of, I just opened a can of worms.
You know, it's a good point you make there. You know, forgive me if I'm wrong here, but Time Attack to me has always come from JDM roots. It's come from Japan, right? And so to see a lot of these different cars out here, you've got American cars, you've got you know, raw race cars out here, and then just a wild mixed bag, McLarens even. It's so cool to see the different mix of Time Attack cars out here that's stemming from JDM classics.
I agree 100%. You know what's bigger than that? It's crazy to see that Cameron Lawrence and Rafa Martinez, right? They have the pinnacle of a Time Attack car here, right? And at the end of the day, they're still behind a couple drivers, right? Now he's, well, actually, they're ahead of a couple drivers. They have the 201. They have the fastest lap. But you have a home-built car like Ferris's Corvette that's just boom, right there, you know, pushing the limits and pushing the limits. I think it doesn't just open the eyes of people spectating. I think it opens the eyes of the people that own the cars that we're talking about. You know, Rafa and Cameron, they may have known what they were walking into. They may have known the level of competition. They may have thought they knew. And then they come and go, holy crap, these guys are really driving. I think that's car 138, Ernestas Puzelis. Okay, one thing you're going to learn about commentating, by the way, just try not to say names. Let me mess them up because I'll just take the flack. I've been messing up names my entire life. Ernestas is in that Corvette, and I remember in tech, it pulled up, and I said, whose car is this? And I'm like, is this Ferris? Just not, you know what I mean? It's like, this is, and then boom, it comes in. It's another car built by G-Speed, you know, so it's an incredible build, and it's great to see him out here, you know, laying down lap times. I believe it's the first event he's taken it to, so he's still learning it, but it's fantastic that they see it.
Oh, look at that beautiful R32 there on pit lane. Chris Johnson's gorgeous R32 by attacking the clock racing.
Looks like Jason Chin is done. Jason Chin is done for the day.
No trips, all good.
And no problems right there. You know what I mean? He had a good event. He pulled the car right into the garage. Anyone who's ever tried to get in or out of an LMP car knows that there's no elegant way to get in or out of this vehicle. Let's see if he can make it look good though. Right there, arm up. And you stand right up. All right. You got to slide on it's really cool though, you know. You're sitting on the floor of the vehicle.
I always laugh saying that sometimes getting out of a race car is like being spawned. Looks like the McLaren is still out there with Cameron Lawrence and Rafa Racing.
Well, yeah, and I think that they switched drivers, by the way. So if I was hearing correctly from down in the pits, they actually put one driver in for the other. Either Cody, yeah, I think Cody got out and Rafa got in. That's, I believe, what I heard. Now, you can go ahead and tell me I'm wrong, and then it would be a 180 of that. But they switched drivers, which is really cool because, you know, you got 15, 20-minute sessions here. If you're just trying to set a couple laps and you're really quick on driver changes, that means both people can get in and out.
Absolutely. And it's good to see Rafa getting some seat time in that car around here at Circuit of the Americas.
Well, absolutely, you know. And so you told me, you said something, so let's talk about it. Yeah. You're saying Rafa Racing is new. Does that mean he's new to racing or he's new to this car and team?
C, all of the above. So Rafa Racing is fairly new in the paddock. They just launched their motorsport club here in Houston, Texas, I believe. And so they are dabbling in all kinds of different motorsports, from SCCA to HBDE, and obviously here at Time Attack. So they are branching out and attracting lots of great people that are interested in motorsports. And whether you are looking and learning to drive to professional driving, they are definitely dipping their toes into the motorsport world.
Well, I would say they're plunging in. When you're talking about the vehicle they have and the speeds that they're running, I don't know if that's dipping so much as plunging, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the lineup that Rafa brings definitely turns heads. His car collection is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think that's by far one of the best things, you know. Same thing with this car right here, the number 11, that's Mr. Mark Austin, Joker Racing. He seems like someone that's dipped his toe in, right? Because this car is new to him. He is new to SRO. He's new to wheel, but you could tell he has confidence because he signed up for this event. I was talking to him in tech. He's by no means cocky. He's not saying he's the best at anything, but he knows he can drive, and he's proven it this whole event.
And that's what I love about him too. Yeah, Mad Joker Racing, just a fantastic team. They just started in grassroots motorsports. You know, they're really really are doing their homework in terms of getting that seat time and progressing into SRO. It's very exciting times for them right now.
Oh, no, absolutely. 100%. And that right there, that's going to be the checkered flag. This is the final lap. He actually just set his final lap of the last session of the day. I think, you know, as far as the first day goes, I think we had an incredible first day. I'm going to ask you, you obviously did a GLTC race, but how was your first day here at Super Lap Battle?
You know, it was a beautiful day out here. It was a little warm, but we had no rain. We did get some cloud cover. We've got lots of great cars out here, and hopefully we can bring lots of spectators back out here for the car show and drift ride-alongs, more great time attack, and of course our standing start grid life racing tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have more time attack. We're going to have more time attack. For those of you who are going to be watching the race, I think standing starts are exciting as a whole. You know, there's a lot of drama to go with standing starts. And then there's a lot of drama in the time attack as a whole. We have competitors who are able to, there were competitors who were able to set laps. There are others who were not. So I think after an incredible day, it was really fun here. I want to thank you for being up here with me. Thank you so much. And I'll let you say goodbye to the fans. Go ahead and sell yourself for 2 minutes. Let everyone know who you are, how to find you on the internet, and then I'm going to close the door.
Really appreciate that. It was a pleasure. Thank you for the invite. I had a fantastic time commentating with you. Appreciate it. I'm Stig GTR, or Haley Myers. You can find me on Instagram, Stig_GTR, or StigGTR.com. Thank you so much for having me out here, Global Time Attack and Super Lap Battle. Fantastic time.
It's been a pleasure. So, Haley, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to go ahead and go through the standings before I close this desk out. Let's start with enthusiasts. Jonathan Wheeler at 228.380, leading the class, also with a new record overall. Jeffrey Ting with a 230.080. He is now the front-wheel drive enthusiast record holder. And then Greg Formosa holding that last podium spot at a 235.652. But Steve Wynn is nipping at his heels. In street class, Jackie Ding holding strong with a 217.106. Second place, Kyle McHugh with a 222.766. By the way, I do apologize. I promise I've been saying your name wrong this entire event. In third place with that beautiful gray STI I wish we could have seen was Johnny Hernandez with a 224.528. Eric Fleming, about half a second, 0.7 off of the limited class record at a 215.453. Zach Sober and Thomas Thompson in the McLaren at a 218.497. And then Grabe Zamora at a 218.887. He's going to be fighting for second, trying to get it off him. Ferris with the one lap he's been able to set with a 205.212, followed closely by Cole Palson at a 206.854. Then it's going to be a battle between Cable at a 214.511 and Mark Austin at a 216.2 for that final podium spot. Cameron Lawrence and Rafael Martinez at a 201.752, fastest lap of the event and number one in Pro Comp, followed closely by Jensen Little at a 205.376. Mike Dussault is just ahead of Jason Chin at a 209.860 versus a 209.955. So I'm sure both of them are going to push to get that final spot on the podium in Pro Comp. That right there is the end of Super Lap Battle Day 1, guys. I want to give everyone a huge shout out for watching us. My name is Cuban Rodriguez. Big shout to the entire SLB staff, Rev Media, every one of our camera guys, the ones that are on top of this tower right now that have been putting in the work all day. We will be back tomorrow, okay? We start at 8 a.m. First session, 8 a.m. And for those of you out there listening that are local and not local, the time changes, guys. We lose an hour, okay? So don't sleep in. Don't forget. Remember, you lose an hour tonight. So we will catch you guys tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you tomorrow. This is Cuban Rodriguez, Super Lap Battle out.